So we'll call it to order.
You can start now. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Call the meeting to order, 6:16. Myself, Patrick Kunkel, President. And Eugene Ochoa. Unfortunately, not a quorum tonight.
We do not have quorum, that is correct.
So we'll bypass everything and just skip right down to. Well, I guess, is he public comment or is he business report?
He would do the business report. He's part of
Okay,
the,
so then we'll
of the
jump down to
report.
old business.
You
um,
can,
you want-
just to state for the record, we can, go over things. We just can't, we
Right.
can't vote for anything. So-
Right. Mhm.
Hello. Hello.
Welcome, but.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, is it the weather or?
Probably. We had everybody, yeah, they were coming, but.
Neither one of us have a public comment until we start discussing things, so we'll just, and we're fine with the flow of the meeting, so we've done there. So, John, you want to report, just on the budget, what's the latest, if there was any force changes or?
It was,
overrides?
the non-ad valorem tax was approved.
Okay.
By the council. The budget is still going to be decided, within the next couple council meetings. So there still could be changes. But the non-ad valorem tax is set on that. Yeah. Other than that, I don't really have anything as far as
Okay.
status for you.
Status quo.
Yeah.
Okay, appreciate that, thanks. All right, the next thing I had was, awning.
Awnings, I sent you over the, let's see if I can share my screen real quick. I sent you all over the quotes.
Yes.
There we go. So here was one of the quotes that was provided. I know that you guys have had a chance to see them. This was the total for all the guardhouses, and yours in particular would be this one right here, I believe. I'm sorry, it would be this one. Was 2,800 was the price that you were looking at.
So you get two, right? One on
It
the
was
side and
one-
one in the front.
Correct. So this was one of the quotes was 2,800. I believe I have a picture for that as well. Well, this is the structure
Mm-hmm.
of that one. This is the picture, I think. Here we go. So that is the look of what it would look like if you went with it. As you can see, it would not be over the street, so
Right.
it would not affect if a truck came through. Or
I mean,
anything.
an Eric truck could hit it, but
Yeah.
Eric truck could hit the house, right? So
This would provide a little bit of shade for the guard.
Yeah.
Enough shade for the guard, I would say. What it would really do is when it rains, it would still allow the guard to be able to functionally come outside and take the tag without getting rained on, is the biggest thing that it would help. But it's not a large enough guardhouse, and it's not a large enough space to give you 100% shade from the sun. So that's more structure issues. Not too much can be done. There was an option to build a structure that would go above the guardhouse.
that would look horrible.
Yeah, I didn't.
No, I like it.
Yeah.
How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I I mean, I know nothing here sticks, but, I would be positive that we should do something, so I have no issue doing it.
John, if I may.
Hmm?
Any talk about how they feel being in the guardhouse with the sun beating down and all that, or the status about it? I know you changed you got like a plastic covering over the door or something.
Okay, that probably was done by that John.
Okay.
I don't think that we did that.
Well, I'm asking if they've commented, like, oh, it's just,
No, I believe we received a report, the last few days about, the AC requiring maintenance.
okay.
But, as far as, the guardhouse, I know that there have been some comments about, it needing some care. But nothing that, really stands out as being concerning. So I think that they're used to the environment, and naturally, the additional protection would be, most welcome, because as John said, they want to engage. But it's just that, sometimes the rain or the sun can be an issue. But I think that the enhancement that he presented is exactly what we're looking for.
As far as aesthetics, the color could be different. The green was just an example, but that kind of goes nicely with the color of the guardhouse itself. So you have the options, you have the different quotes. I think there's 3 quotes. I showed you one of them now. You have additional ones that you have received. We can't vote on it now, obviously,
Right.
so this is something that maybe for the next meeting.
Well, we
Can we
can,
discuss?
we can vote, but it has to be ratified in the next meeting or something like that, right?
No, you cannot, you don't have quorum, you cannot,
Okay.
you cannot make any actions.
Alright.
What you can do is, we can, if this is something you want to move on sooner, you as chairman can set up
Emergency meeting or
an
something.
emergency meeting, and that could be on the agenda to vote on, if that's something that you would like to pursue. Otherwise, it would, this is something that you could add to the agenda again for
The following.
the following meeting, which is set up in October.
Oh, not till October.
Having said that, I know that SFM would appreciate if this was something that we would want to look into for the guards to have some more coverage. I know that in Miami Lakes Section 1, the SFM is providing an umbrella for the guards, especially now during the heated times, to provide more shade. I don't know if that's something that they would be.
That is something that we can certainly do for Loch Lomond. We're absolutely happy to supply that to our officer. The idea is that we purchase an umbrella that can be tilted, so that, following your train of thought, it would not be interfering with the right of way
Yeah.
for larger trucks to go in, but at the same time provide protection, mainly from the sun in this case.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, we're willing to make that investment. We just want to provide a better working environment for the officers,
That
so
makes
that,
sense, makes sense completely.
yeah. Again, that's not, I don't know that that's something that you can vote on today, because we need formal
Yeah,
approval,
we can't,
but.
we can't vote on it, but
We can-
I'd be for it, but
Yeah.
maybe we'll
That and our
discuss.
ideas, yeah.
Yeah,
Just,
we'll see if we can have another meeting. If not,
Mhm.
maybe that's the way to go. I mean, I don't like the umbrella because it looks. I like to have something built so that it looks like it's part of the house, because,
Yeah.
there is a certain aesthetic to the neighborhood, but I think, I don't want guards suffering for no reason, when.
I mean, I guess the umbrella will be appreciated on certain days where it's just,
Yeah, And-
well, let's
and-
pull this
and-
thing out.
and naturally, before we purchase anything, we would share with JP, what is it that we
And
suggest,
who would pay for that?
we would.
Okay, yeah.
And keep in mind that whatever you decide, if you would decide to do the awnings, you would vote for it, and then it would have to be voted by the community. in some capacity, which we would have to get feedback to provide to the council from the community before we could go ahead and move forward with that.
Even if you're fixing a problem, like let's suppose the AC breaks.
It's
We have to
considered a
vote?
capital improvement. No, an AC braking is not a capital improvement. It's already a structure that's.
What about painting the guardhouse?
That's already, it's part of the guardhouse. If you're repainting the guardhouse, you're just redoing something that already exists. And awning, you're adding something, so it's a capital improvement.
Okay, I'm not gonna argue that one, but
Maybe the approach would be that we could be like a short-term solution.
no, that I
while-
think that that's
while the
exactly where
other-
we're going. So that's even better. So for the next, what we need to do is vote on letting them put out their, I don't even know, do we have to go with that or they can just do it? Do they need it? What do they need from us? Why can't they just do that now?
I mean, realistically, as long as you guys are comfortable with it, it's not something that needs to be voted on. So if you're okay with it, having said that, we wanted to bring it to you guys first
I'm okay with it.
before
what do you
doing it.
think?
It's not something that necessarily needs to be voted on. Now, again, keep in mind, they're gonna provide me with the look and what umbrella it is, and then I'll share that with the entire board for their approval to move forward with it.
I mean, but they're gonna have to wait till October to put that thing out there?
No, that's what I'm trying to say.
Request for their benefit, go ahead with it.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
Uh,
Perfect. If,
He's the head of the security committee.
yes, yeah, I'll be dealing with those guys, but I think it's important that you come out and that you have.
And if it's something
And
that,
know that our goal is to probably move towards this.
Right.
yeah, absolutely. I
It's gotta-
understand. It's just that the mechanics require some long-term,
Yeah,
and the other thing is, this could be an umbrella that they could set up when needed to. Like, it could be moved, it could be taken out, put up. If it's not that hot today or whatever, take it down and.
That's fine. I'm okay with that.
we are interested and we'll be discussing the awning then.
Okay,
All right, I guess before we put up the awning though, the bathroom idea that's kind of bounced around where it's kind of a nice looking, but not requiring underground plumbing style bathroom that some others have implemented. And I don't know, John, if you've seen it before, but I guess I'd be interested in entertaining that idea because I don't know what to expect with the construction of the golf course. And them including anything they would do to their own bathroom, which may require them to, close down their facility while that improvement is made, whatever that may be. So I guess I would be interested if anyone has knowledge of that, to bring something up, and then based on the awning, where it would be located too. Easily accessible.
It would be in the back, right?
Yeah, room.
Like this extended, okay, so what we're talking about is a portable, not a portable porta potty, that's not what we
Right,
discussed. What we
right,
discussed is
permanent.
building an addition to the building,
Mhm,
where there'd be a bathroom,
yes,
but that the tank holding it'd be something that can be cleaned out like a,
it would work like a porta potty.
like a porta potty or more like a, something,
tank?
a what?
Septic
Like a
tank.
septic tank, but it's like, they do it like every week, they'll go out there, the truck has to go out there and clean it up.
Yeah.
So, I think that's the way to go,
Mm-hmm.
mhm,
So. it
but
would
we need
be-
prices. We need, well, that you would need, you need an architect?
oh, yeah.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
something from the city to put that thing out. To lay that thing out.
Mhm,
So we need a price for that. And then an actual contractor, maybe you can do like a design build where it'll come with the architecture, all the engineering, everything they need, it's sole sourced to build that little addition to have that bathroom for them. With that portable septic type procedure.
okay, and then I guess. We do have kind of a steep down towards that lake right behind the building, concerns me a little bit. And then I'd also wouldn't want, when it is raining, when they see the traffic coming at them. better to see it, and then it would be, I guess, to the north of the house that I'm looking at.
It'll be close to Oliva's house. It'll be in the direction of Oliva's house, right?
Mhm. And then would it be best to make it where the door is from the inside?
Yeah, they would go,
And then, there could be a little mechanical door that
the septic guy could go in there and
And
clean from that side.
yeah,
That's right.
right.
And then we can redo that parking area like we were talking about, so
Mhm.
that the truck can come in there and park.
Yeah.
Right? They can come in there and back up and clean that area up. That's how I would envision.
So the way this would work, we would have to, I guess in the next meeting, you could bring it up again
Okay,
for a vote. And then, put out a motion for the town to get you quotes from I guess the first thing would be get quotes from an architect on what it would look like. And then, a quote for basically a septic tank.
yeah,
And then kind of go from there. Once you have the pricing, then we can decide to
Yeah.
put it out for the public to provide feedback.
Feedback and stuff like that, right? We would, but that would have to. Yeah, I like that idea.
and then, I guess, sanitizing purposes,
There is no water there. So that is another thing, but I'm sure if part of the septic, if you put in a tank, you could have like a clean water, a fresh water tank and
so they would just supply fresh water into that.
I'm sure it's possible.
Have you seen this in any other municipality?
You know where I've seen it? I've seen something similar. Where I'll tell you what I've seen that's pretty nice in the turnpike. I recently came down from Gainesville. I dropped my daughter had taken a test in Gainesville, and coming down, it was like a trailer almost.
Yeah,
and
right,
it looked
right. They're
really
all-
nice.
Mhm.
It'd be something like that.
Yeah.
So there's a tank there somewhere, and you use the
Right,
water in the
all
facilities.
entrance, all
Yeah,
folks coming
yeah.
in.
Keep in mind, you'd have to have a contract with a company to come in.
Yeah, right.
Pump it out.
Pump it out on a regular basis. If there's fresh water, add fresh water,
Yeah,
all of that would have to be done. So it'd be a contract versus if you're actually do a real full remodel of the guardhouse and add a bathroom, you would add the pipes, but where the pipes would,
I think we look at
Have to
both.
come through.
I think we would look at both.
yeah,
I think you kind of give a shot. This is just like look at both of them.
both options.
Yeah, but those over there, they connect the water. When I went to the F1 at Joe Robbie Stadium, they had dozens of these things out there. They had water
to wash your hands.
to wash hands. It's not potable water.
Right.
There's a little sign, you put a sign, do not drink this, right? But it's good enough to wash your hands.
And really the only people that'd be using it is the guards.
Right. Mhm.
In theory, yes.
So
And then I guess it would just be,
And the occasional homeless person that comes in, or realtor that wants to.
well, if they're gonna let them, you don't have to let
you
it.
have to get by the guards first.
No, the bathroom's for us only. I don't want.
There's a golf bathroom across the street.
Yeah. There's a tree there. Here now. Okay. I guess the only other thing I'll bring it up in new business. I guess moving on. John, if you'd like to.
Do your report?
Absolutely. So, submitted all the reports via email to AP and they were shared with all board members. For this quarter, we have a total of 444 reports created.
Do you mind if I'm sorry, can I take you off and put it up here?
Yes.
I have a question. The participant that's there, do they want to say something? Not that it's.
They're not able to.
Oh,
They're
they're
not,
not. Do we know who the person is or? no?
I have a strong feeling who it is.
Oh, okay.
And she's probably chuckling that I said that.
Okay.
Here we go. Here. Which one first?
Whichever. Makes a difference.
analysis report.
Thank you. So we submit normally two reports. One is called the analysis, the other one is called the analytics. This is what the software produces. So this report is a representation first on the top left of all the different incident categories where we had some kind of reports created on. So this will give you basically a broad perspective as to what are the most common issues reported in the area. This one on the top right is meaningless for Loch Lomond because the account is only one site. So basically, if we had multiple sites, it would mean something else. As we scroll down, this is the location of the incidents. In this case, we had basically 3 locations. The no location means that this was somewhere in the community. And then we have the main building, which is actually the guardhouse. And then the parking lot is the parking that we have, the parking spot that we have next to the guardhouse. These are the number of reports that were created in each period.
Okay.
As you go down, as you scroll down, Patrick, this here says days of the week. So this is kind of like a heat map that indicates how many incidents were reported on each day of the week. And as we look at the other report, you're going to see that this is more granular. The reason why this is important is because eventually when we want to create a report for a longer period of time, say a year, we're going to be able to determine with much more accuracy what are the busier days of the week, or the days of the week where more activity is reported.
Right.
This here organizes all reports by severity. So depending on the level of severity, we assign a category to it. And it will tell us, how severe are the incidents that are being reported. Of course, this can be adjusted in whichever way, shape, or form we want, so that we could eventually determine the incident types, which category do they fit. If you scroll down, please. This gives us now the reports by the time of the day
Which is the time that has the most, the hottest?
at 10 p.m. 10 p.m. So something that we can do for you is that if eventually you're interested at looking at the 33,800 vehicles that entered the community in the quarter, we can tell you what are the busiest times of the day where we had more vehicles coming in. If that data is meaningful for any decision-making purposes. Could scroll down. This now organizes all the incident categories and the days of the week. So we're looking at the same number of reports. It's just that we're organizing the information based on the days of the week and the incident categories. So this way you can determine if there's any pattern as to which days of the week are the ones that,
And this month, we have no crime
yes, well, this.
that we know of.
That we know.
July, you mean July? Or this quarter?
I meant, we're in July now. I meant this is for, this quarter.
This is for April, May, and June.
Right. We haven't had any
We
crime
had a residential burglary.
in Loch Lomond?
Correct.
Right. Did you hear about that? I never heard of it.
Nope, that might have been, they kept it to themselves. So.
Did you?
I don't have any report.
I don't have any report from that.
Well, I have PD contacted. Well, I have robbery, attempted robbery, PD contacted one, yes, but that was in April.
Okay.
If it's the same incident.
You're saying there was one for this one,
For June?
for June? Yeah, I don't have anything.
No,
I mean, it could be somebody calls the police and they don't tell us, right? So we don't know, right?
Yeah, that's always possible.
I know
Now,
that happened before we've had.
We will have PD show up and they will go through the guardhouse, but they don't. tell
No,
us
they don't.
whether-
They're not gonna
whether
give you
we're
a
gonna-
report,
whether we're
right?
gonna
No,
ask.
I understand.
So,
That makes sense. Just. But crime has gone down significantly. Before, we were popping, there was always something every 2 weeks we had a problem. Before,
My take on it is that yes, it is a much quieter.
Right.
Area. If you can scroll down, JP.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, sir. And these are the same incidents, but by location. When you see no location is again, this happened somewhere in the neighborhood.
Right. No
But we
problem.
just cannot tell you exactly where it happened. Well, we can tell you based on the actual report. But, you know, the 74 didn't happen in the same place.
So it's for Wednesdays and for Fridays and Wednesdays are the hot days.
These are the same reports, now by location, but by month.
Alright, that is that one.
What's that report?
No, yeah.
The analytics is much more summarized. First, it gives you a percentage, which is the same information as you saw in the previous report, but in this case, it's done by percentages. And it tells you by morning or afternoon and days of the week, what is it that we're reporting the higher number of incidents. So you can see that, you know, Sunday morning, everything is more quiet.
Everybody's at church.
And then Thursday afternoon, everything is busier. And again, when you look at these statistics, the more data you capture, the more meaningful the information. Here is the same information, but represented in a bar chart. Here you see trends. This is the same analysis, but by month.
So you go back to the trend real quick. That trend is count, so it went, well, we don't know, it's just going down.
It's
Gotcha.
going down.
Alright.
This is a percentage. This is again, the bar chart.
All right, let me see, does it have a number up there? So how much did it go down?
It doesn't have a number.
Doesn't have a number.
Okay.
I'm sure he could get that.
Yeah, I can get that to you.
Is it possible to add that information for the future?
For the future.
Let me look at that so we can improve it. And this here is basically skewed by the number of vehicles. Because the top line, which says NA, is a report of the number of vehicles that enter the community. This is where I mentioned before we started the meeting that I saw a drop in the month of June for the number of vehicles entering the community. And again, this is just a representation of the total number of reports that we have received in the period. And the daily count of vehicles entering the community. So here we see if there are any, significant trends that could explain why on a given day you have only 88 vehicles and then in another day you have 439. Which again is something that would need to be digging deeper to understand.
Excellent.
Can that be forwarded? Would you like a copy of this?
I can forward it to you.
Yeah, forward it to me, just email it to me, and I'll be fine.
If you do a great job, throw it in the binder here.
Yeah, absolutely. I figured we were gonna go over it in detail in the
Yeah,
meeting, so.
yeah, just so.
People do ask every once in a while, so we want to have it.
Yeah, good to have.
And again, for next meetings, I could produce the report for the quarter. And then if you want, I could also produce a report for the year to date or for the last 12 months. So the software gives us that flexibility.
I like to look at the quarter
organized.
and just have like a running count, what the trend, I like that trend, and I like to see percentages on the trend.
Okay.
Because that's valuable data. You could tell, it means something when you tell somebody, look, it's gone down 20%, 30%, 40%, we have an idea.
We worked on those reports to kind of make it more for what our needs are for the community. Having said that, if there's anything, when I send it over to you guys, if there's anything that you would like to see added or something like that, I'm sure that it's something that we could work on to
Okay.
fix.
Yeah, we can customize the report.
Right, very good.
All right. Detective, is there something you'd like to add?
Well, I
Well,
was
Your
here,
report anyway.
well, I was here mostly if you all had any questions or concerns, and also to go ahead and give you any rundown of any crimes that may have occurred, and that resident burglary is the only one that we've had.
Are we adding more police officers to Miami Lakes?
I-
You don't know. That's a big question.
Uh,
I read the monthly, the bi-weekly, and I hear that they want to, they don't, they this,
so
that.
that decision won't be made until the end of the budget,
Okay.
timeline, if you will, so. Again, you did, mention that there was a crime in June,
Correct, yeah.
anything to this point for this month?
No. No, nothing to this point. And I did want to ask how it was going with the checking of the driver's license.
I think it's going pretty good.
Yeah.
I think, I believe, I don't have all the data in front of me, but I believe that a lot of the traffic that doesn't belong there has been reduced tremendously. I mean, I don't think everybody comes in there with a criminal intent, but the fact that there's more traffic, opens more opportunity. So I think it looks like it's improving, right? And I haven't heard too many complaints of, the queues, some people say this is gonna be the end of the world, and, it's been working pretty smooth.
Yeah.
There are some times that they miss, right? They're not doing it, but I think SFM is doing a pretty good job of, as it gets reported that there's a little downturn, they're retraining and they get it. It's just it just has to work that way. But I feel it's working pretty good.
And there hasn't been anybody who's refused?
Yeah, I think there are people that, I don't know if I think they're either argue or refuse or something like that, and
I can tell you from my end, I've gotten less and less reports of anyone that's not,
Right, so let me explain what we did. We basically created two checkpoints for the security officer to hit when we approached the driver and we requested the ID. If the person accepted, then we simply hit one of the checkpoints and that would take us directly to the normal report where we document the vehicle entry by taking a picture of the tag. If our first approach was, may I have your ID? And they rejected, we said, okay, sir, no problem, you're welcome to come in. We would hit another checkpoint, which would take us to the same picture, but that picture created a report that was sent on a different email distribution. And we call that the red log access. So that tells us who are the vehicles that are refusing to identify themselves.
Right.
So this is how those cars were re-reported. Initially, it was a quite busy, area of the reporting. But to your comments, as days started going by, we started seeing that number run down, and now we rarely see it.
and so the people that get the reports are obviously SFM management, and I get it. And so in the event that,
an incident happens.
the incident happens or whatever the case may be, we have both databases to look at, both the red log access and the other one. But I could provide that information to PD if necessary. SFM could provide that information if necessary. So, yeah. If there's nothing else,
I did want to just bring up,
Yeah.
On the guardhouse side, those bushes. It almost seems like, are we better off just planting something different there, or? it just,
what area are you referring to?
as you approach the guard gate on the right side.
Okay,
They did just replant the flowers.
where the flowers,
The flowers, great, but the bushes there,
behind it.
yeah, just, I almost feel like maybe it's better to tear them out. Just, I don't know, put the bathroom there, or I don't know, but it is,
That's something that you guys can discuss. It is part of your budget.
mhm,
So if that's something that you want to change, it's something that can be voted on for
But I mean, it just doesn't look like it's being maintained either. I mean, they
It's
planted,
definitely, it is maintained,
but they didn't pull the weeds when they planted the flowers.
So-
Go in there and.
so the flowers are installed by, one vendor.
Oh, okay, so it's.
And then the bushes are maintained by a different vendor. So when the flowers were planted, it's
Yeah.
the same thing that happened in another area. When the flowers are planted, they plant, but they don't
Right.
touch the weeds.
Right.
So now the other vendor is gonna come in and,
Pull that weed.
and pull the weeds out.
Up above the bush.
right, and I've already requested for them to come, now that the flowers have been planted.
I mean,
Go
I guess
ahead and-
even if they had a suggestion on what to do to them. Cause on the one side, it looks full.
Yeah.
And then on the guard gate side,
Mhm.
you know, it's, you know, very, there's barren areas.
That's definitely something that we could discuss. If you want to bring it up in the agenda for the next meeting. To possibly vote on making changes. I could also look into what other alternative options are for that as opposed to bushes. Or maybe you want to put all flowers. Just keep in mind that whatever is done may change the budget.
Yeah,
So it may be more.
and I
costly.
don't feel like we're getting what we're paying for though either. If
Right.
it's that's, you know, and I guess if that was part of my tour, I'd say, hey, there's nothing I can do to make this.
Yeah.
It's looked that way for a while.
Okay.
I don't imagine how they could probably say, yeah, we take care of this. I can see on the other side,
Yeah,
you know.
I
it's
will-
full, but,
I will take that into account and I'll go and look at the flowers and see
But the flowers-
I'm saying the area in general.
Yeah.
And see what can be done.
maybe it's
Whether it's maybe we need to
a
have
soil
another,
situation.
an additional service during the summer because of, you know,
Well,
the heat
this has
and-
been going on for a long time.
Yeah.
Not just summer.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the watering or what happens there.
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah. Anytime you see something like that, bring it to my attention. So,
Yeah,
yeah, I'll absolutely go ahead and take a look at it. Okay.
okay. All right,
The only other thing that I wanted to bring up, I was gonna request for you guys to add it to new business. But we didn't have people here. I just wanted to mention that I'm gonna be sending out the mail outs soon. With the budgets to everyone's home. And what we did last year is I sent out a questionnaire. If there's anything that you guys want to add as questions.
You have the same
Yeah,
questions you
feedback.
did from last year?
Yes, it was very basic questions.
Yeah, I think. the
Have you
same.
been to an NSD meeting? What are your thoughts on the services? You know, those were the basic questions. If there's anything that you want to, what I'll do is I'll send to the entire,
well, can we ask them, are they interested in enhancing the guardhouse with awnings? And then another question, a study on bathroom facilities.
right, so,
Because, you know, we came up with the idea and spent a month of hard work getting it, and then we find out through this.
nobody wants it.
We aren't paying a dime, well, we just wasted. Awnings, I think will get us somewhere, but that restaurant, I have.
I have no clue either.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send out an email probably tomorrow or Monday at the latest. With the questionnaire from last year,
Okay,
so you can review it. And then I would love for you all to then just send any additional questions that you'd like to be added
okay.
to the questionnaire, whatever it is.
All right.
And then I'll go ahead
I'll
and add it to
include
the
that
questionnaire.
in there.
Yeah, whatever questions you feel that you would like to get feedback on, send it my way and I'll add it to the bailout.
Okay.
All right.
I have one question. Were you able to get with SFM to discuss the security? There was some meeting that was supposed to happen. About some strategy or something like that, that you were gonna do. Did that ever happen? Did we ever even define that? I'm going by memory.
I'm not sure what.
Like the entry points that they were gonna look at.
Oh, yeah.
Audit. Sorry.
No, actually, now that he mentioned that you were head of security, I just thought I would like to get with you to maybe schedule something to do a walkthrough perhaps with you,
Okay,
to get the ball rolling on that.
yeah.
Maybe that's
I-
something that the three of you. can
Yeah,
do.
I can, I like SFM to be there, when we do it,
Absolutely,
yeah.
yeah,
that-
I've
that-
done it
knock
in
it
other
one-
places and
Not,
the-
not one.
Yeah, for
Let me
sure.
give you my number, you can text me,
I'm ready.
and then tell me what days work for you. 305 525
Oh,
6. I'm sorry, 305
you're on the screen. I don't know if you want to give your phone number
Give it to me
somebody's
To
asking.
everyone.
Okay, right.
All
555 444 3333.
All right, well, thanks, John. I
Thanks,
guess
jumping there too.
Absolutely.
There's no official adjournment.
There's no official adjournment, but thank you guys for coming. Let's,
Thank you for being here.
All right.
Really appreciate it.
All right, Mr. Chairman, the floor is yours.
Okay, it's 7:34. I'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. I'm gonna do the roll call.
Present.
Irene Gutierrez. Barbara Cruz present. Jorge Arena.
Here.
Luis Rodriguez.
Yes.
And the rest is absent. So everybody knows Barbie resigned as of yesterday, so she will no longer be with us, so the board gets cut down to 9 members. So we're gonna need at least 5 always, out of the 9 for now. And 2, if we get someone else appointed, and we go to 10, then we need 6. Remember, it's always one more.
Lydia's in the woods.
So if Lydia's on the works, then we're gonna need 6. So let's move on, order of business, like always, any deferrals, additions, deletions, we can do them now. And we don't have to come back,
I would like to present 2 things for you guys to consider.
okay?
Number 1 would be a vote for a new secretary.
Okay,
Someone would have to motion that,
Right.
and then the other one would be the discussion on the upcoming NSD mail out that I'm gonna send with the budget and the questionnaire.
okay,
I would like your feedback onto what questions you would like added to that questionnaire. So
amnesty mail out? What was the mail out?
NSD mail out, oh, just a mail out.
Oh, NSD.
It's a regular mail out that we do every year.
That's it.
So we're in the order of business,
We're in the order, we have actually number 3.
so we
So-
can present a motion if we wanted to,
You
at
are,
this point.
you are correct.
Okay, so I want to present 2 motions. One is the awning. Actually, for the guardhouse on 79th Avenue. And whatever that street is, that guard is getting brutal sun, and the other day she was purple, not red, purple from the heat. So I'd like to motion for that. I'm a yes, so I don't know who else is a yes, but the heat is unbearable. And it's only gonna get worse in July and August.
So your motion is to add the topic of
Yes,
awnings.
yeah, so
adding
vote
awnings
for an
to our
awning.
house.
All right,
Vote
guys,
for an
motions cannot be made until new business. You can
Mm,
add it to the agenda.
No, it's order of business is deferrals, additions, and deletions. That's where we're at right now.
But an actual motion is on the new business, not.
Right,
Well,
yeah,
motion-
yeah,
well,
yeah,
yeah.
no, exactly, she's adding.
Right,
She's not
right.
making she can make the motion when the time.
No, we can add it
No,
to the
you're right,
agenda,
you're
that's
right.
not
Yeah,
a problem.
No, you're right.
But a
You're correct.
motion is a specific.
Yeah,
motion.
yeah, yeah, you're
That
correct.
has a specific.
You're absolutely correct.
So that's number 1. And number 2 would be, again, the license or ID to ask for that for the first 3 months of school to see how it goes.
It's already on the topic
Okay.
of the license issue on entrance gates. That's something that you could bring up during that time
Okay.
if you'd like to discuss.
That's it.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I don't know about to it.
There were a couple things I wanted to follow up on. I don't know if this is the right, and whether cables for the.
Cables for?
The cables that they have for the battery packs. And how that's coming along, because I still see people with cables, but maybe it's to a battery pack instead of electric, I don't know, but. I don't know,
We can bring that up under maintenance of the 4 guardhouses.
okay, same thing with the light bulbs and the
Yeah,
lights.
all of that could
Same
go
with
under,
the landscape make.
that could all go under the same topic.
Okay. So the 4 items that we're gonna go ahead and add under new business. Under B. We'll be voting for a new secretary. Actually, no, we're gonna have to, that item. Number 4. We'll be voting for a new secretary. And public comments becomes 5, and then obviously 6, 7, and 8. And then under 7. The mail out NSD will be B. C will be the 4 awning proposal for 79th Avenue. And C and D will be the license ID. Even though you said you had it here, John? No.
Sir,
If
Yeah,
there's-
D,
if-
five D.
It's deep.
D is the date.
5D, okay, so that's on all business, okay, that one doesn't get. Only. Adding number 4, voting for secretary. And then on new business, B. Will be. The mail out. And C will be the ons, so,
C will be the mail out, okay.
no.
No, B would be the mail out, C
and
would be the
C
on.
Be the on.
And the license, what did you say that?
It's already on all
D.
business.
Oh, on D, okay, got it.
Okay. So we're okay with that. We have to make a motion to change that?
What?
The deferrals, and we don't have to make a motion for that.
Look,
Not a motion, but that's, you still have to vote on it.
you have to vote on
Okay.
it to approve.
To approve this, this
New order of business.
So, I'll make not a motion, but is everybody okay? That we do this deletions and additions?
Yes.
Let's take a vote, yes?
Yes.
That's okay.
Everybody's in favor. We can move on. We're gonna pass number 3, we go to number 4.
Number 4 is now, the voting of
The
the
voting of the
secretary.
new secretary. I already had asked Irene, but she,
Not me, I'm an interior designer, I never do anything like that. He's laughing because he knows I'm not techie at all, I don't do that. I'm sorry.
But
but Bill,
I do ARBs. I spend all my time in ARBs.
so the only people we have left, when we get Will back and Robert. Because Nelson, most of the time, he doesn't
No,
come to the meetings. So our only 2 choices will be either, unless, can I make a motion without them being here?
You want it?
No,
You-
he's not gonna go for that.
You are able to vote for anyone to be secretary, so yes. Now, they don't have to accept it.
Right.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to go ahead and have Robert Sosa to be our new secretary.
Is there a second?
George, second.
Robert Sosa.
Robert is the guy that got the double lung transplant. He
I
comes,
don't think if I've seen him.
Yeah, he's here in every meeting.
Was he here last meeting?
Actually,
the
he
white-haired
didn't make
guy?
it today. No, he doesn't, no,
No.
please.
What, do you think he's good?
Yeah, they put them on.
Can the guy do it?
Everybody in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right,
Motion passes. Robert will be our next secretary. So who?
I will have to
volunteers?
let him know,
Yes, I
and
know.
then he has to approve it.
Right.
He has to accept it.
He says no, then we're, we got Will.
Boy, oh, me. What do you got?
And I know Will.
they can keep voting.
Persuade him now. So who can take the minutes for tonight at least? I'll take them, don't worry, I'll do it. So we have a new secretary, Robert Sosa. Congratulations, Robert. So number 5, we're open to public comments.
Okay, beautiful. We're on top. We're
That's-
probably done.
that's-
Okay, great. Folks,
If
You
you
have-
can state your
Okay.
your name and,
absolutely. Full name. First name Angelo Cuadra Garcia, 16441 Northwest 77th Place. Now, by the way, that entrance is now 162nd Street. It's 169 Street and 82nd Avenue. Think of an early morning, a real busy early morning coming from PSN. Just coming to school. Think about it. Just picture it for a second. We have a lot of people bringing their children from PSN and from other parts of town to Bob Graham Elementary. So they're making a left turn right there and there's only space for 2 cars. If there's enough chaos there, and actually, I think there's a sign there that says,
No,
you can't make a left, right?
167 Terrace.
Okay, great. Somebody had told me 162nd.
No,
That's-
167. So you make a, imagine you guys wanting to implement, getting license plate so far and driver's license so far in the middle of the morning. Can you just imagine backing up all those cars there? You'd have accidents. You definitely have a chaos of accidents. So think about that very, very clearly before you make that decision. Those guard gates, those guard, don't even, sometimes they don't. So that would be catastrophic, implementing that issue that you guys want to do, stopping people and getting their licenses and so forth and so on. That's not going to work. Unless you guys, now, doing that at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, I see it working, but I don't see it working at 8 o'clock in the morning. Number 2, I think it's not I mean, I'm all for stopping crime. I'm up at all times of the night. I go to work now and I don't get home till 4 in the morning. So I see a lot of things. Crime usually happens, crimes that I've heard of happen late at night. I'm sure they happen in the morning too, but I don't think that's a good idea, what you guys are trying to do with that. I'm against it on you stopping all that traffic, because you're gonna get calls from residents, you're gonna get accidents, you're gonna get calls from I don't even know, I don't know. So think about that very deep before you make that decision of putting, stopping cars there. You're gonna get a lot of issues there. Not possible. I pretty much came today to talk about something that's been in my burner for a long time, which is the budget of the guards. You know, I was told many years ago that by bringing this aside, I'm not gonna talk about it, that, and that'll be on the next, when I get here next time, we're gonna talk about that, because I'm not seeing. You know, last time I spoke to Councilman Luis Coyals, he had told me that by bringing in SFM, we're gonna save a lot of money, and I don't see any savings, but that will be for the next topic. The topic that I wanna talk about today is this one. I don't think it's going to
Time's
be, I'm sorry?
Your 3 minutes.
Yeah, I know, and that's why I told you, sir, when I came in, that I wanted to be briefed a little bit, so I know. So the bottom line, I'm totally against it. So think about it, okay?
Thank you, Anya.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And by the
Anybody
way,
else?
that awning that she's talking about, great idea. I see the lady burning in the morning. But think about it also when trucks are coming by, you don't get an accident with that awning,
So the height.
the height. Thank you.
This could be an opportunity for you to provide public comment. Same thing with you, John, since neither of you are on the agenda, is there something that you want to provide a public comment?
Sure, I just wanted to provide you with a quick, update on any.
Provide your name.
Sorry,
for the record.
Detective Nieves, or Miami Dade PD, assigned here to your lovely town of Miami Lakes, Miami Lakes Municipal District. I just wanted to provide the statistics for this quarter, and to also see if you all had any questions or concerns involving us. So far, great job. I think everybody's doing a much better job of locking their vehicle doors. We only have one vehicle burglary that was reported during this quarter, and there was one theft, and that's it.
That's good.
That's it.
Good news.
Yeah, very good news. And I do have to say that in the videos that I viewed, I used to see a lot of the subjects opening unlocked vehicle doors, and now if I see it, sometimes we forget, but I see that a lot of them are trying doors and they're locked, so it makes a big difference.
People have learned.
Mhm. And if anyone had any questions or concerns for us.
I just want to piggyback on what Angelo was doing. As a detective police officer, how do you foresee enforcing IDs and stacking up of cars? Asking for an ID to come into the guardhouse 24 hours, 7 days a week. Besides taking the picture, now you come in, you gotta give me your ID and you gotta tell me where you're going.
Well, I was here with the previous, I don't know if that's something you were gonna discuss later, or.
It is on the agenda to discuss, it's item B.
I know it's an elaborate topic, I can
Yeah, we'll give it-
wait and discuss it at that
And
time.
it's not fair because everybody has 3 minutes, so
Right.
it's not fair for me to ask that question too.
Oh, it's okay.
But that's something that in the future we might
Okay.
give time for issues like that.
When
Especially
we
in
get-
the
when we
future,
get-
one of the issues and the biggest issues that we need to resolve, and Irene has been talking about this for years, and Georgia, and I'm pretty sure Angelo feels the same way on the east, is the council needs to do, we talked about it, we need to do something about the traffic and what's going on the school. That's a big topic that we said we were gonna write a letter and we're gonna go in front of the council. So I don't know
I
if it's
met with
only business
Fabricio.
or old business.
Omero, I met with Fabricio.
Alright,
They
guys,
represented, I talked to you about
let's stay
that.
on
Stick to the public
We're still in
comments.
public comments, and I believe we have.
Thank you, Detective Nieves. Go ahead, John. Sorry about that.
John Francis, House of Fund Security Services. So I share the quarterly reports with JP, and he can share them with all the board. Highlights for this quarter is that we provided power banks for all the guardhouses. So officers now have power banks that they can use to charge the phones. So that way the phone does not need to be connected through a cable to the wall. If anyone sees that there's any deviation from that, please let us know, because again, the technology has been provided. Now, they obviously need to use the cables to charge the power banks, but they don't need to carry the power banks to the front of the gatehouse. We also, just for those that were not here last time, we have also provided handheld radios to all the officers. So that allows them to be able to communicate with us using the handheld without compromising the phone, which is now exclusively utilized to take pictures. So that way we're isolating communications from logging all the vehicles that are entering the community. We also moved cameras at the JP's request, so we would be able to have a better view of vehicles as they're entering and leaving the community. We recently reported a big roof leak on guardhouse for post 11. So that is probably something that needs to be brought to your attention. We have a few isolated reports. A couple of things that just we were curious about. We had a realtor that came in one day at 3:30 in the morning asking to, so obviously that created a report that generated a call to the police. I'm being told that that's not really that outrageous. I thought it was suspicious, but we just
How do we know that was a realtor?
because they identified themselves as realtors.
They showed ID.
No, they didn't show ID, they just
Just that-
identified
that-
themselves as realtors.
They said,
They said, we're not asking for IDs yet.
right,
We also had a male driver that approached one of our officers and offered sexual services, which was something that obviously was concerning for the officer's safety. We also received a message from JP from one of the council members regarding the need to reinforce the use of cones and the handheld stop signs. So we're reinforcing training to that effect, so they can be used. And a resident also called us because apparently the resident believed to have heard gunshots. And actually, we called the police and they clarified that this was a car that was basically, I guess, having emissions, and it was confused for gunshots. So just want to make sure that everybody was clear that they were not actual gunshots. The number of vehicles coming into the communities, post 11, 145,000 for the last quarter.
Can you clarify post 11 as well?
The time is up. Do you want to extend the time for the,
Yeah, I think this
Yeah.
is very important to know.
can you make a motion for that?
Yeah, I'll make
Yes.
a motion to extend this time.
Is there a
It's like
second?
extra 3 minutes. Second the motion?
Second.
Everybody in favor, right?
Yes.
Aye.
Motion passes. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, so this would be for Royal Oaks East.
Which one? 167 Terrace or 79th?
I think it's 79,000.
Post, I can speak on that. Post 11 is 162nd, post 12 is 168. Post 13 is 179.
79.
And post
14.
14 would be
167.
167.
Okay, sorry. So 11 is 145,000 vehicles for the quarter. 12, which is the one that has construction job, obviously decreased to 45,000. 13, 110,000. And 14, 83,000. So that's the activity that we're seeing through the guardhouses for the quarter. And that's all.
I'd like to make a comment regarding the license and the entrance and the guard gates. I think 90% of the people, of the residents of Royal Oak don't have stickers.
Yeah,
In
we
my
talked
house,
about that.
in my house, there is only one car with sticker. And when I go by the guard, they still take my license.
We'll talk about that when we get to the license.
And if you're gonna do anything like that, everybody has to have stickers. And you might have to put a red sticker so they can see the sticker, because the one that you have, they don't see
Okay.
for a clicker.
Thank you, Louis. Thank you, John.
it. So,
Anyone else? No.
Motion, you like to make a motion to close public comments?
So motion to go ahead and close our public comments. Who seconds the motion, George? Everybody in favor? Aye. Motion passes, so no more public comments. We're gonna go to, all business, number 6 on the agenda, broken gates and waiting too long to be replaced. That's the one on 168.
I sent you all a email today that the approval has been finally made to go ahead and put back the loops. As you know, that area they've been working on the drainage projects and the asphalt. And it takes a little while for it to be at the position to be able to go ahead and cut to replace the loops. We're finally at the point where we could go ahead and safely put the loops back in so that the guard gate arms will function again.
So how long before they start being active? You foresee another 3-4 weeks?
No, so they would be installed sometime end of next week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. It takes its 2-day process, could be even in the weekend.
This is only on the west, right?
Yeah, the ones
Only
that-
on-
It's the exit lane.
It's both lanes.
So what happened to the east? Why the both? Don't they have a guard?
The
that
same,
opens?
this same thing happened the last time when 162nd was under the drainage project as well.
We haven't been under drainage project.
You may not have, on the west side.
On the west.
On the-
So then they're gonna have the ability to not have the guard there, to have it open?
Guard must, per the ordinance, guard must be there 24/7.
So, okay, my
so-
question to you then, let me rephrase the question. So this loop is for that guard arm to open
The
when
loops-
they're in the bathroom?
The loops are what makes the gate arms
Just to
function.
restore it to the way it was working
Right,
before.
it will not work
They had
without.
to tear it out when they.
That's
redid
what,
it.
that's my question.
Consider
It
it-
will not work without the guard and the loop.
Consider it a piece, an important piece of the overall
The sense-
machine.
Okay.
Without these loops, it doesn't function.
It's
Okay,
a
okay,
sensor
okay.
on the asphalt
Yeah,
that detects the
No,
car.
no, no, oh, now I understand. It's the original equipment, but upgraded because they had the,
they tear out the old.
They had to tear it out when they did the
because we had
drainage.
talked about a different loop.
That's a
That's another
separate-
subject,
That's
yeah.
a separate thing. So these loops, like I mentioned, are gonna be reinstalled. It takes a 2-day process because it takes 1 day to do one day to do the other. As soon as they're installed, they start working. So we're gonna start off with the entry one first. So say, for example, they go on Thursday, they would put the loop for the entry one. Automatically, right after it's installed, it'll start working. The exit lane will stay open until they install that loop and then both will work.
Perfect.
All right,
Did
and
the HOA from Royal Oaks contacted you in regards to this issue? 'Cause
I got
a lot of the residents were complaining.
I did get a few emails and I had to pass it over to Omar
Works.
Santos from Public Works because this is their project. I'm assisting now that the loops are ready to go. I'm assisting with our vendor for the gate arms to go ahead and reinstall.
Yeah, the HOA sent out an email today advising the resident, the royal HOA members anyway.
Yeah, I contacted Samantha from
She
jail.
sent that out.
I'll stand that door.
Yeah, that's the cleaning lady. actually.
Not at all. Okay, let's move on to item B. Maintenance on all 4 guardhouses issues.
Right now, I know John, mentioned it, there is a leak going on in, the, air conditioning unit at 162nd. We're aware of it and, we've already, working to get it, fixed. Other than that, he mentioned that the cables have already been, taken care of as far as, they have bought the power banks and it should be used by all the guards. If it's not being used and you see it, please let me know. So I can address it with SFM. For the most
Lights.
part,
Lights?
lights have all been, are fully functioning and have been, whatever needed to be replaced has been replaced. If you are passed by at night and you see something, let me know So I can go ahead
Replaced
and-
with LED lamps are all the same? or-
it's just the same lights that were, before.
I mean, the
If-
lamps themselves, the light bulbs.
The light bulbs are the same.
They're just replacing the light.
We
bulbs.
just replaced them.
Not the- not
We
the
haven't,
lights.
yeah, we haven't added.
'Cause I
any
noticed
other-
some were very yellow, some were real white,
Mhm.
one were LED, the other was fluorescent.
Yeah, we replaced
Because
them
we did-
based on what they are. That, some of these lights aren't, it's not, some of the lights, aren't the same, like some of the lights are for like dimmer, like yellow lights, and then there's the bigger.
Spotlights.
Spotlights,
Or
so
floodlights.
those would have a
I
different,
was talking about the pendant lights.
The-
The wall mounted. lights.
right, those wall mounted lights are not LED. If that is something that you
Well, you
want.
put an
to-
LED
You can buy,
Oh,
yeah, you can
yeah,
buy
yeah,
an
what
LED
I'm
bulb.
saying
In
is,
fact, you could put an LED bulb that has a solar sensor in it, so it goes on and off automatically.
if that is something that you guys want
Instead
to
of
do,
putting a separate system and timer and all that stuff, better off just doing that.
The lighting system on those guardhouses is ancient, is old.
Yeah.
And with the technology that we have today, with the LED and all that, I think we could do better. Officer Detective Nieves told us that on the LLCs, the OPRs, they're having issues reading it. Because of the port light. So,
I thought that's what we had fixed. Didn't we fix that?
no, they're only changing the light bulbs. We're not doing
We-
anything with the light.
Wait a
if
minute,
there were
when you
some
were
lights-
doing the reconstruction or the remodeling of those guardhouses, I saw electricians there feeding cable into the lights that
they
were.
did, and they put in new light
They put a
systems,
new-
but they didn't put,
Short changes on the light fixture.
they didn't.
They didn't
put-
put the light fixture.
Put little miniature.
Why didn't we change the cables, the wires?
We were
Why did
gonna
we
go
do
back
that?
to the contractor and check to see what we,
They put the lights that were approved. I can
So
tell
they
you
did
that,
do-
I can
do
tell you for a
that.
fact, they put exactly what was approved by you all.
Remember, guys,
in-
back in those days, the budget not going for a vote. We were limited on the things that we could or not do. That's why we didn't end up doing the windows.
Right.
And they had to stay out.
The windows and the
Same-
doors.
We were limited with the lighting. If this year we want to do something with the lighting,
That's
which I
more
believe
important
that
than
that
the
should be
windows
priority.
and the door,
And always with the lighting, keeping in mind that we gotta respect also.
the
like,
neighbors.
The neighbors on.
Yeah,
on
but 79th
those
is very
houses.
dark.
Yeah.
As you approach 79th is a different story than the other ones.
So we gotta make sure that whatever canopy we create is within the area that is not gonna disturb the owners.
right,
But I mean, there's a house in Royal Oaks that the guy put some lighting after they stole his BMW that looked like
It looks like an
Market
airport
station.
landing.
The guy now, he went back to normal. I mean, he realized it was too much. It was half of the neighborhood. But we gotta be careful with that.
So it's up to you guys, if you guys want to change the lights, we can go ahead.
I
and-
believe we gotta do better with the lighting and have it done properly.
79th is an issue, because it's a long street and you really don't see that guardhouse from far away. You don't. And that's why you got people speeding into that. I was also told that there's a speed bump being put there on 79th, which I was happy about. No?
That I'm aware of,
Thelma just told me this morning.
they're replacing the speed bumps that were.
We
already
didn't
there.
have one before the guardhouse.
No, it's after.
It's after the guardhouse. After the guardhouse, there's always been a speed hump on
Yes,
79.
she,
It was
pointed to-
removed because it broke.
okay.
Either replacing it,
Oh, all right.
But that-
So nothing before the guardhouse.
so yeah.
Okay, good.
that
'Cause
that
I
I'm
was
aware
under
of.
the impression I was gonna say before. What are we gonna do that
Yeah,
for?
but
All right.
Lorenzo already said that you can't put a speed bump in front of the guardhouse.
No,
No, you shouldn't.
no.
you can't. So you guys wanna take this item on the lighting to on
Like it's a
on the
good
next
idea.
agenda? And bring it out and in the meantime, perhaps, again, can't get any quotes until we have, what is it that we wanna do?
Yeah, you have to let me know what you
We
want
have
to
to have a
do.
little plan and.
If you have an idea what you want.
Consult the
Prior.
detective with the lights, consult her with the lights, cause she knows, she's the one seeing the.
No, she brought it up and
Yeah.
obviously now we gotta
Let her feedback.
design
Yeah.
according to what we have, and we gotta keep the lumens, and we gotta keep all that in mind.
Whatever the biggest and the brightest that you can put there.
It's a safety issue.
I know you mentioned in the last meeting that you are well aware of the lumens. and the
Yeah,
minors,
it's
so I
not
know
a
that
goal,
you
it's
were-
just
you
one
were
less
on
than
point.
one.
You were on point. I just wanted to make one minor clarification. The LPRs are very high quality and they do read the tag, so there's no issue with that in case.
No,
they-
right.
They do read the tag. It was just an issue where if we had better lighting, we can actually see the color of the vehicle in case the tag attached is not the correct tag attached, but they definitely do read the tag.
And that is because it picks up
Collection.
no, it turns to black and white and it grabs it.
Exactly, so
Right.
it'll,
If there's not enough lumens, it turns to infrared.
Infrared, that
Then
was,
you don't get a good.
correct.
yeah, with the officers, if the officers get a hit. It may be a tag that comes back to a Honda Civic, but they can see it's an SUV. But they can't tell what color the SUV is. So
Right.
if they're out there, we got 5 guys looking for a vehicle in the district and everybody else. we wanna be
Same
able to say
time,
it's
right,
It's
right.
an orange SUV instead of,
I would do that.
If we go the route that we're supposed to go, we have to get 3 bids to have a plan to design the lighting. And in this case, it's not a typical plan for all 4 guardhouses because you have different conditions on all 4 of them.
Mhm.
For the ones that need it.
I think all of them need. all
You're
4 of
right.
them.
Do we need 2 bids, or is it only a certain, over a certain?
It
amount?
depends on what you do. If we're
Is
just
it-
buying,
Just for
Tricky on
replacing a light
168 and
bulb.
167 is tricky.
If-
Those 2
if
houses
putting-
are tricky.
but spotlights and something that can be purchased through Amazon,
Mhm.
Or floodlights.
yeah. I could look in, what I could do is I could look into different options,
Mhm.
present them to you.
Mhm.
And then, from there, this isn't a capital improvement. This is a replacement of an
Lighting
existing
fixtures,
lighting fixture. So whatever you decide,
we could do it.
we could do it.
Okay.
And based on the pricing, nothing's gonna cost, I don't foresee it. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't foresee these lights costing thousands of dollars. I think that we're talking,
No, they're cheap now.
yeah.
And
So
some of the vendors, John, they're willing to, if you're buying, let's say for all
In
4
bulk.
guardhouses, they're willing to work with us and give us sort of like a little plan. Well, a sort of a photometric study,
Right.
with the lumens and all that. Make sure that they can do that for us.
Yeah.
At no
Yeah,
cost.
I just want to clarify one thing. The lights that are there right now are the ones that you all approved.
Yes,
And they're exactly the same ones that were approved. Nothing's changed. The light bulbs are part of those. So if you want to approve.
So those are new lamps or no?
Those are new lamps.
The ones that are there are new
Right.
lamps.
Yeah, but they're not.
Right, right. I just wanted to know.
they're $5 Home Depot.
Correct. That is the best way to put it.
Oh, that's what you could tell. You could tell.
I have a question about the phones and the battery pack, what do you call it?
Power banks.
Power banks. Is that something they put in their pocket and it connects to keep the phone operating?
It's attached magnetically to the back. So we put a new phone cover and they attach magnetically.
I'm seeing them with a cable going into they're plugged into the phone with a cable going in.
Not on 79th though.
No, at 162 primarily, is the
Oh,
one
I
I
don't
go
go there,
out
so-
every day. So I don't know what it's going to, if it's plugging into a wall, if it's over the battery pack sitting over there.
So I have a feeling what it is. I think it's the guard using their own phone, charging their
I was
own
gonna
phone.
say that.
Yeah.
Because the phone that they
Wow.
have is the SFM phone,
Right,
which is what's connected to the battery pack. So if you see them using the cable,
It's their
it's
personal.
probably their personal phone, which is something that, bring to my attention, I'm bringing up that SFM, and we'll take care of it, because they shouldn't be using their own phone at that point.
That's probably what it is. Yeah.
That would just,
Makes sense.
yeah.
Okay, and then the landscape maintenance.
Landscaping was done in all the guardhouses, and specifically the one you're referring to was 162nd. Was done last week. They missed the spot.
They more than a spot, the whole front hedge is
They
got
missed-
that
they-
long, yeah.
Yeah, I brought it up to their attention. They went back out there.
Go by it today.
They went back out there and they took care of it. I've also asked for them to go ahead and clean up the pile of
Right.
leaves.
No, but I mean the hedge right now, coming here to the. field.
It's been fixed.
I think all the hedges need to be
That's the front.
brought down another foot.
It wasn't trimmed a half an hour ago.
Which one
Before
is
the
that?
meeting,
160?
162.
They were out there cleaning it up.
I'm not talking about that, I'm talking about the other side. I was wondering why they would come in and do one side, not the other.
This area,
Is that one
they
sixty-two?
were out there, last week.
Is that 162?
Yeah. That's 162. No, this is 79, I'm sorry.
Yeah, because 162 is not done. right?
Can we bring
Was it
that
done
down
Florida?
another foot, the hedge?
I'll
It
bring it
doesn't
up.
have to be that tall, because the minute they can't come, it's gonna go over the wall, and then that limits visibility.
Yeah.
Um,
So they come once a month to do all that.
they come once a month, they go and they clean up the hedges and everything. I'll go ahead and readdress it with them.
Yeah, just-
Because I know that they came back out there, but, I guess I had the wrong area
Yeah,
that they missed. They should have taken care of it regardless of going all the way around. But I'll address that with them.
well, the hedges, they grow fast this time of the year, so, once a month might be okay.
That's why I'm telling you to bring it down a little.
Maybe it's something that we can look into if the funding is available during the summer times, during these 3-4 months, maybe doing one additional.
Yeah, bi-week.
Yeah, bi-weekly for the 3 or 4 months of the summer and,
It's been a lot of rain there.
yeah, so that's something that we could explore if budget allows. And and we stay within the budget, maybe that's something I could look into.
For the roof leak, I heard about a roof leak. Did you say you're already taking care of that?
Not a roof leak, AC.
Oh, AC.
Yeah,
Condensate.
that's already being taken care of. We,
We know that that's not a new roof.
Right, that's why, when you said leak.
The roof was repaired when we did the guardhouse,
roof is perfectly,
but it's fine so far.
perfectly fine.
Okay.
So, yeah, as far as, landscaping, if you guys see anything that, obviously always bring it to my attention. I went out and the other day and I picked up, some of the palm fronds in front of 162nd.
Yeah, so what happens in between a whole month? Nobody does anything?
I mean,
No one, I know the town has a guy who drives around in a little.
yeah, he goes out and picks up the trash.
Are
We
those
have,
part of his targeted areas of
correct,
gates?
yeah, we have, so as far as maintenance of the hedges and all that, that's once a month.
Right.
I have every week, we have the handyman that goes around all the guardhouses, picks up the trash. Inside goes into the guardhouse, picks up the trash. He also makes notes if there's anything that's not working or maybe that's how we found out about the AC unit. Because he passed by and he saw the leak and he's the one that reported it to me, and so we're taking care of it now. But yeah, we have handyman that goes out around constantly.
And John, that guy that goes around, he goes around the whole town, different people, but taking care of the town, but it's just basically on the places that have a guardhouse.
Just
for the
the main thoroughfare.
Well, the handyman works for facilities, so he goes to all of our facilities. He goes to all of our, Robert Alonso Community Center, part
Buildings
of
that belong
all
to
the
the
buildings that belong to the town. So part of that is the guardhouses. And
Because in Royal Oaks, we have a guy that we hire, we pay to the association to keep Royal Oaks as clean as possible.
okay,
And that's, it's coming out of the budget of the homeowners association.
When does that guy go around?
It's once a week or twice,
Really?
twice a week.
if you would like for
East and
him,
west, yes.
if you would like, as part of your HOA, and you would like for him to pass by the guardhouses at any point, I have no issues with him passing by. If it doesn't extend your budget for the HOA for him to pass by and just clean up, an extra set of eyes to go there and clean up, I have no issues with it.
No, if he sees a palm frond or something.
If he sees a palm fronds, pick it
Right,
up.
right.
Yeah,
Simple things. You haven't seen them around your house?
No, and I have the ring, and he knows that I see everything that goes on in that street.
No,
That's how I got, remember John with the SFM? Yeah,
I can tell you that,
I can tell you that's not a go.
since the guy's been doing that, he's been doing a lot better than before.
I'll let you
Yeah,
know,
a lot
I'll
of
take
work.
pictures and I'll send them to
A
you.
lot of workers throw their cups out. It's
Yeah.
really
That's not
frustrating.
just
today I think
Unbelievable.
today,
Bobby,
Bill,
some residents do
We
it.
have people
Yeah.
from 79th to 82nd heading west, all these kids that walk to school and from. All those little juice boxes and, you know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
They're all over the place. And they'll be there for days. I know that's not an issue with people that live on the east of 79th Avenue, but the west side of 79th Avenue to 82nd, all those thoroughways, That's an issue.
Yeah, so like I said, I have no issue if you guys wanna have them pass by, I can actually.
Reimburses a little.
Sometimes the town, it's reimbursed.
One last thing, is there is a. I don't know if you fixed it already, but I'll pick it, there's a time clock. You have 62 guard gate that is missing the cover,
Yes, I'm aware.
there's exposed electrical wire,
Yeah.
so.
I-
I don't want someone to get hurt or,
I've already spoken with our facilities
I
department,
would just abandon that time clock, I don't
yeah,
think it's
I don't think it's,
doing anything,
I don't think you need it.
yeah,
but I've already brought that up to them to put at least either cover it up or remove
yeah,
it.
do something.
Let me ask you something, on the 167 guardhouse, on the window, there has been old newspapers, there's been papers there, there's some papers there now. Why do we have those things there?
Those windows have never been replaced, and so, whatever, like, for years, they probably had papers on there.
Can we clean that up a little bit?
We could have them clean it up, yeah, that's something that
We
I'd
need
have,
to
I
do
can
that.
have the handyman, if you guys approve, I'll go ahead and have the
167.
handyman
The window is right
clean
there,
the windows.
and it's a whole bunch of stuff
Um,
there.
Another thing is, some of the doors, as you know, don't open or don't function.
Who does, the cleaning, SFM still has the contract for the cleaning on all 4 guardhouses? The maintenance,
The maintenance is, we have our housekeeper that goes,
that's the guy that does that.
our housekeeping, contract. They go to the guardhouses, they are part of the facilities and they go through the
They
guardhouses.
clean the floor,
Everything,
take care of the trash.
mhm. Yeah,
Maybe
it's the
they should
same general
look into
people
the
that would
windows.
clean
Yeah,
our
facilities.
facilities here, yeah.
They should clean the windows.
That's been there for a long time.
I think those tall windows are very hard to get up there and.
No,
and
no, no,
remove.
no,
It
I'm
would need-
talking
it would need a
about-
deep clean. It would have
They're
to-
they're this big. They're
Which
not
one are you
that
talking
big. On 167.
I'm thinking about the one on the,
On the
No,
top.
no, I'm talking about the one on 167. As you drive up,
Mhm.
there's a little window there. I'm sure that's a bathroom window. I've never been in one of these. There's a bunch of papers there.
that's,
There was a paper.
Now I know what you're
newspaper
talking
that was
about.
Yellow, and I told you about
now
that
I
a
know what
long
you're talking
time.
about. That's so that nobody can see inside the.
Can we do something there other than that?
We can,
I mean, no,
absolutely.
we put tile and we gave them a desk. Let's put something there.
Or
Yeah.
just put some tents on them.
We can maybe tint it. I could look into that for the next meeting and.
That would be the cheapest way to go,
Yeah.
put tinted.
Mhm.
Tint
Put
some-
some tents.
And doesn't even have to be tinted, it could be frosted.
Or
Yeah,
frosted.
like that.
Probably looks better frosted.
Yeah,
And one last thing, the air curtains that you put in, I'm not sure if they're. I see them tied back all the time.
Yeah,
I'm
that's-
tired of telling you, so I'm not.
I agree with you, and I've brought it up to SFM's attention, several times. It is frustrating because that is,
That's correcting the AC.
that's part of why the
Reducing
AC,
span.
at 162nd
That's a condensation.
wouldn't have happened if the thing was working as it should be. And that is something that I've talked to SFM several times. It's not something that I'm going to fine them for.
We need to fix it.
But it is definitely something that needs to be,
It
handled.
depends on the guard.
I'm not gonna fine them for it
Depends on
because that is not something that, is part of their post orders. It's just simply something that I'm asking them to.
There must be something on the west
Agree
side,
to.
'cause I've never seen that on 79th Avenue. even
No,
167.
79th Avenue is, it must be the guard. Let's do that because not on 79 and not on 167 either. I've never seen that. They're always closed and down. That must be on the west
Yeah,
side.
I can tell you, it's not it was a quick fix, really putting those things in place, but I feel that it
It
works.
helps for sure.
It helps.
It's better than spending on doors.
Ideally, it would be, obviously new doors that, when you open, they close right back
Can you
up or whatever the
imagine?
case may be.
As many times as they have to come in and out,
Yeah,
those
those doors are the
doors.
last.
that's gonna be another maintenance issue. And they're gonna cost an arm and a leg. And you board that up in a hurricane. Why would you spend the money there when these people are getting all that sun turning purple from the sun? I'd rather put an awning than spend the money on doors. This is not a home.
Yeah.
This is a place, that you work, that you have to come in and out through. We wanna make it as comfortable as can be, but I don't see that opening and closing. That thing's gonna jam every day.
Speaking of the awning, that someone wants to do a little shade study because. you know, the awning is gonna be up here, and it's only gonna come out a couple of feet. You're gonna see where that's projecting a shade, it may not make a difference.
Oh, wait, I had,
So,
I had somebody,
He already talked to us a
Yeah.
couple
I
people.
mean,
yeah, I had that
unless the sun's
conversation.
pretty
Listen, I didn't
far
want
up.
to do it either, but these poor people, we humanely, we have
But
to
if it doesn't
take care
get
of the
shade,
issue.
you're wasting.
You're not the only NSC that has been interested in something like this. Loch Lomond, for example, they're also interested in, like I told them, I sent them the same quotes that I sent for you guys. But like I told them, these shades. Actually, I have the images for it. Let me go ahead and share.
We gotta keep in mind the height of the trucks and all that. as well.
But for 79th Avenue, they could use a resident lane and have her click it open, and the trucks will go through the resident lane. The problem is at 162 where you're at, because they're getting beat up.
This
on
is
the front.
an image of,
The other two have enough shade.
Loch Lomond.
yeah, this is an image of Loch Lomond as an example. You see, it's not gonna be very high. It would be the same thing for you
yeah.
all. It's not gonna take.
But you also notice it's not providing much shade.
It's not gonna, that's what I'm saying. It's not gonna provide.
Providing shade to the head.
The
I
idea,
see it?
the, what
Look
is
where the
gonna,
shadow is.
Look at the shadow, yeah.
what,
Depends on the time.
well,
of
I
day
mean,
as
that's
well.
not a real, this is just an image that they
Right.
presented to.
Oh,
That
okay,
doesn't actually have,
the shade's there.
yeah,
Yeah, look at the
Yeah,
shade.
but
The shade on the floor
superimposed
is
on
the.
it.
Yeah, yeah.
house.
yeah,
AI
this
generated.
is a generated picture. But what I'm trying to get at is,
How far does it come out?
it
3-4 feet?
it comes out 3-4 feet. It's not going to, it would be the same thing for you
Not
all.
gonna protrude into
It wouldn't get hit by a
the-
vehicle or anything like that. It wouldn't affect a vehicle. It would be in the same.
But Bill has a
And-
point, you
Yeah,
gotta
but
see the shadow.
In that guardhouse, it wouldn't be an issue. Because you see, you have a little, about
Pretty
two
good.
feet
Base, yeah.
past,
On
but like on
168,
79, that wouldn't
No.
work, because
Right. You're right there.
You're right there.
Most of our guardhouses are right there.
I don't think that it is gonna make the world of a difference
I don't think so.
in terms of sun. Where it'll help a lot is in rain. Whereas
Yeah.
right now, the guard cannot go outside when it's raining, especially when it's raining hard. This would allow them to go outside.
But the problem is that the height of the awning
Right.
will have issues with the Amazon will destroy what the first one.
But it's not, the security guard said, I would allow them to come in through the resident lane.
Well, but if they
She
come
will
through
be-
168, they don't have a choice, they gotta come in through,
Right.
there's only one.
Well,
No, in that case, yeah, well, in that
On
case, it's a different
167.
story. Not every
167,
guardhouse
right,
can have
There was
the.
one option that was presented to me. Well, I mean, are we still, we added awnings to the conversation? I
did.
think we should-
Right,
I
I
think we're
think we
there.
should leave that to,
yeah, that's
Yeah.
gotta be in another occasion.
but was there any other questions on maintenance?
No.
Okay.
Let's move on to C, progress on installation of new cameras by SFN. And no cost still happening, they're installed already, right?
That's been installed since, what were we looking at, December, January?
Yeah.
January they were installed. I'm on Loch Lomond, capture. So this is just a picture for you to see. Oh, I'm sorry, I gotta share my screen. Did we freeze?
No.
There we go. So this is cameras. This is just a screenshot of it, but this is what I see every day. This is post 11, post 12, which is out right now. We're getting it repaired. I know John is already working on those cameras. Post 12 is 168. Post 13, 179th right here. And then post 14 right here, 167th. And then I also have my Relic 601 and Loch Lomond.
Perfect.
So I have I also have this on my phone.
I also have one on my phone.
Yeah,
That's
we
the
have
best
our
thing you
phone.
guys did.
I have it on my computer. Sometimes I'll check in the middle of the night and see
That's the
what's
best
going
thing
on.
you guys
See what's
did.
going on. I'm not gonna tell you that I'm watching it 24/7.
Possible.
Alright, it's
I
impossible.
can't watch it 24/7. But I do have at my desk 4 screens. And one of my screens always has the cameras on. So I try to watch as much as possible throughout my workday. And, for the most part, guards do their job and they do it well. There's instances where we can improve.
There's always one guard or two that, but the majority of them, right now, John, they've come a long way. I have to tell you that.
Thank you.
No, credit where credit is due.
Real quick, briefly, remind me again why we can't record that?
Why can't we record it?
Mhm.
Public records, issue.
Statute, it's a Florida statute, something like that,
Yeah.
that doesn't allow you to.
Really?
Yeah, we put it in,
Government records things all the time.
we are not going to put it out there as a recording because that would be a public records nightmare. At any point, someone could say, oh, my wife, I want to see what my wife is doing. What time did she go into this neighborhood and all that stuff? We're not getting to that. So
Okay, so
that's a town.
conscious decision.
Right,
That's
that's-
not legal.
No, legally, could we do it?
Yes, you can.
I'm sure we could.
You have to get the people-
Are we going to do that? No. If it came to that point, we would just remove the camera. Simple as that. We're getting the cameras through SFM. They're paying for the cameras. They're providing the service to me, which they didn't have to do. They're allowing me to get because it's not part of their contract. It's an additional service that they're providing to us to allow me to have full access of the cameras. And I'm very thankful for them to give me that because it's allowed me to do my job better.
Helps you.
Great tool.
It's a great tool to have. But if it ever came to the point where there was an uproar, hey, we want recording, I would just remove the cameras altogether.
Yeah.
And then that's it.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, so let's move on, all business, D,
So we're going to do that.
license issue of entrance on garbage.
I wanna talk about. I went and I wanna correct Barbie because in the last meeting, she said that in Coco Plum, they don't ask for the licenses. They do at Coco Plum, Gables by the Sea, Star Island. And if you read that all these are on public roads. They're all managed by Dade County. And I don't see why we cannot ask for it. This guy, he did. I don't see why we can't ask for it, not take anything down during those 3 months of the school, just to see how it works. If the traffic backs up into PSN or let them go to 87th. They have another route. They don't have to cut through our neighborhood. The problem is that they're not cutting in through your area. They're letting you go out because you're on the east of 79th Avenue, so you don't have an issue, but 162 cannot get into 79th to travel north or south. And it happens 3 hours in the afternoon and it happens in the morning. If we are to try this for 3 months and it doesn't work, well, then we don't implement it. But if we don't try it, we don't know.
You'll know the first week.
Well, that's
No,
your
first day.
opinion.
No, I mean, you'll know the first day.
Okay, but then all these other residential neighborhoods, it's not working?
But you could, but you gotta get everybody that lives there with the sticker that people can read.
We're gonna offer it to them, whether they take it or not, that's
Well,
their.
Stickers aren't free.
When they first started, you can ask for a paper to apply to get the sticker. Right now, people don't know how to
But
get
these
this.
places that you talk about, Coco Plum.
They don't have
Gables by
people-
the Sea,
Everybody's asking for the
All those
license,
like
they're not
schools.
jotting it down.
all those places.
That's what we're trying to avoid is the school traffic, deter the traffic.
Stop it.
So then let the traffic come in, is that what you're saying? Let them come in, because they're not implementing the no left in the morning.
They're not.
No, and in the afternoon, we can't get out on 162. So what is the solution?
No, but hold on. In those places,
Wow.
and I've been there, because I used to build a lot of homes over there.
And I used to design a lot of.
They do it, and you know that they do have stacking up of cars. We don't have
Homero.
it here.
Homero,
And
what
that's a
if,
big
okay, let me ask you something. What if we do stack up the cars? Don't we have that now with the school? We have it stacking up to 154.
I don't think legally, again.
It's
again,
not it's not a problem with legal.
Well, let me tell you something, it's
So don't-
not a problem with legal,
No,
until
let's-
one day, a lawyer
Uh-huh.
comes in and suits the town and
For
say
what,
what you
Romero?
guys are doing, because we're not private.
They would.
Neither
they-
is
they-
Loch
I know
Lomond,
that's the
neither is
opinion
Loch
of the
Lomond,
town
neither
attorney.
It's
is
not just the
Venerable
opinion of the town attorney. This is, just so we're clear.
Go to
this
the
is not-
county.
This is not a new opinion. This is not, I mentioned it in the last meeting, but I'll say it again. This is not something new that the town has created
No.
out of thin air. This is a legal opinion that has come from other various NSDs that already takes place. And I'm only talking about the city of Miami. This takes place in special taxing districts
Everywhere.
everywhere. It is not in every single special taxing district. It's not in all of ours, but it is in some of them.
We're allowing them
Samples.
to come in. It's just that we're deterring them from taking that route. Use it 87, go to
Sure.
154, and don't cut through the development. Let us get out. We need to get out. You're not in this crisis. You were talking about in one of the HOA meetings that you're gonna have all these 30 homes, or how many homes? are you gonna-
37.
37 homes. You were talking about traffic? That's nothing compared to what we have. It's 1,700 children, and that's cool. Even if you took those 1,700 and added a sibling, bring it down. And if you added those that stay after school and those that go on buses, which is very limited, it's only two buses that pick up there. You're looking at about 600 or 700 cars.
The key for that to work would be if the people that got stuck in that traffic decided to divert, like you said, and go to 87th Avenue, then maybe.
They decided there's a no left, Bill.
And they're not gonna.
There's a no, they're not gonna do it. They're not even implementing the no left.
First of all, what's creating the traffic right now? The parents dropping off the kids
Omero,
and bringing them there? What's
Yeah.
creating the?
they
traffic?
wait in the afternoon. You have not been there
No,
in the
no, of course, yeah,
afternoon.
well, they play dominoes.
We're
at the
talking about
backyard.
at the
That's not
guard.
happening anymore,
the
but now
guard.
they're, you know how you want those swales to be kept beautifully? Go to the one on 162 and 79. That they're using, you know that as a
I
parking.
think on the council's agenda on this past Tuesday, they were gonna remove the signs with no parking again. And allow
Oh, let
people
that
to go
become a
back into
dirt
the
road.
swell area.
That's gonna become a dirt road, and we
Was
still
that-
can't go in.
I read that it was on the agenda.
Well, if that's in the agenda, that'll become a dirt road. They'll park on the sidewalk. The kids cannot walk to school. They will probably park almost butting against the wall of Silvercrest, which is not my problem, but we're still gonna have those cars parked on 79th Avenue.
We'll just pave it, pave the swale.
No, you should probably put some
You
landscaping.
know what I see, and again,
We need, listen, I'm not saying this is a permanent fix, but if you don't give it a chance,
but the
we don't
problem I
know.
mean is that most of those.
And it's not a
cars that
legal
they
issue.
Drop the kids in school, they don't go past the gate. Cause very few go past the gate to park on the swell beyond the gate,
What
They
game are you
stay-
talking about?
the guardhouse. Cause they don't go all the way
Omero,
back there.
Omero, I want you to go the first week of school, and this will happen
I've
the
been
whole
there
week.
like 4 or 5 times in the afternoon and I see 3, 4 cars pass the gate.
John, how
Yeah.
many cars have you seen there
Where?
parked on 79th heading southbound?
Heading south, heading into.
No,
The garden.
southbound heading out.
2, 3.
That block
before
all of
this-
62nd, 1/62nd,
Within the guard community.
within the Royal
on the
Oaks.
side.
Within the guard community.
They go to the middle of the lake.
Waiting to
Go
go to the through the guardhouse to go
Yeah.
through the school.
Mm.
10, 12, 14 cars.
No,
I can tell you every time I pass by there.
Yeah.
It's just loaded up with vehicles.
The guard
That are
are up.
parked and I don't know if this is an HOA thing. I don't know if this is,
It should be.
it's not related to the guard, it's not related to the
The NSD.
the NSD. Because once you pass the guard gate, that has nothing to do with our function.
No,
here,
yours is just strictly the guardhouse.
Right, so I can't do anything to prevent people from parking inside the community. I don't know if that's something that in your HOA meetings,
No,
you can discuss, if
You
it's
can't.
not.
You
He
then-
doesn't want to.
You can't.
You should be able to.
We're
If you
not trying to-
demand every homeowner
Oh,
to
we
keep
can-
up with their swales, then have them do something about the swale on that poor guy's house. Don't let them park there because they start
So-
parking there and then they wind up in the middle of the lake.
As far as the topic here, there's nothing that could be done with that. The topic here that we're talking about is the licensing, asking the question for the guard gate. Again,
and the person going through, they can refuse to give the license.
The person
and
that
say
comes
where
in-
they're going.
can
It's up to the
refuse to
person.
provide any information. It's
But you
just a
know that,
question.
Romero, they can
It's
refuse
just an
it.
ask, and by the way, you
I don't
can,
have mine.
you can set up how you would discuss, how you would go about that if that's something you decide to. For example, I think John mentioned at the beginning of this meeting, that when he was doing his public comment, that you could do it, only at night. That's an option if you wanted to do it from midnight to
Right.
At night,
6 in the
help
morning.
the school.
Right.
At night is,
I get
it's
it.
not gonna help us.
I get
We
it.
just wanna try it when school starts in the morning and in the afternoon. You don't have to do it the whole time. You don't have to do it at night. You don't have to do it in the afternoon in rush hour. It's just to see if we can deter the school traffic to help us out, get in and out.
That's something that
Again,
you
it's
as a
not
board
affecting them,
has
it's
to
affecting
decide.
all the lateral
Can
streets.
we,
That's something that you as a board has to decide. Ultimately, this is a tool that you can use however you.
can we approve this on one guard gate and not the rest?
But at what
For
choice?
once,
Yeah.
you can do
You can do
whatever.
it however you
You
like.
don't have to be affected on your side. The problem is the 167
No,
and 79.
I understand your point and the way, and I.
It's just to
believe that
try it. I don't
situation
want a
needs to-
permanent. It's a situation. It's not for him. Again, I'm telling you, he can get out if he's on the west side.
No, he's on the
side.
east.
He's on the east side of 79. He can get out and make a right and go out through the back. I can't.
No, but the cars still affect them.
Of course. They're coming
Whether
in,
he
that's
comes in
it.
and out.
They're coming in, that's it.
He's on that section.
So let me ask you, whether or not we have the choice to ask them for their license, do you think the traffic is gonna die down coming in from 154?
I'll
up to
answer the
79?
question after I give my comments, how's that? So. I got the floor, let
Yeah,
me say
go ahead.
what I want to
Is
say.
this for next week, Gargate?
First,
They're considered.
first and foremost.
Yeah, that's Royal Oaks.
And I got this from the town website, which your picture's on it. From everything that has to do with NSDs. Okay, and I'm just gonna read you the two sections that I saw that definitely affect this. Number one, there's a question posted on there, can residents request improvements or additional service to the district? We have that, and then we have the security guard. Districts restrict public access to the district areas. Okay, so the answer to that is no. Public access to streets encompassed within a district is never prohibited. A required of chapter 18 of Miami-Dade County Code is a special taxing district can only be created on public roads. All cars must come to a complete stop when they approach the guardhouse. Once the vehicle is stopped at the guard gate, the guard will register the tag number and description and then will allow the car to enter the district. Visitors, this is the important part, visitors do not need to provide any information to the guard. Okay,
They don't
that
need to.
is the NSD.
They don't,
ordinance.
I don't think that he understands where we're coming from. We're
No,
not
I don't think you
arguing.
understand where we're coming from. All right, let me finish. I got the floor. Where resident lanes exit with card control access, so they're talking about clickers or stickers or whatever, the residents drive through once the guard arm has been activated by their card or clicker also works there. Okay, so the other part, can resident request improvements or additional service to the district? For services beyond the original scope described in the ordinance, which in the ordinance, it does not say anywhere about asking for anything. It says the guards at the
It is
time
what it
would
is.
write down the tag, which if you really expand on that, you know, the LPRs kind of went against this part of the ordinance, okay? Ordinance creating the district, residents must follow the petition process as described above for the amendment. So in other words, any change to the district services has to go for a vote of everybody that's there. For services that are within the scope of the ordinance, the services or improvements will be subject to financial conditions of the district, budget, you know, also, all forth, okay? So a couple of comments, you know, that I've heard between public comments and everything else. Stickers. I have had stickers and clickers on all my cars in my house for at least 6 or 7 years. The clickers work on 79, because you can go, you know, through the resident lane. The clicker, of course, does nothing on 167 Terrace, does nothing on 168. Okay, it does work on 162. As far as the stickers are concerned, a total waste time and money. I have literally turned blue in the face, constantly advising the guards over and over again. Sir, don't you see the sticker on my car?
They still don't see
They
it.
still don't see it, they still don't know where it is. And I've stopped doing it. I've stopped doing it because you get aggravated for no reason. My wife has done the same, my 2 kids have done the same, constantly
Sir, we have a sticker, a resident sticker in the car. First answer out of their mouth, what is that? The sticker for Royal Oak Seas, and you get into that. So those things are, in my opinion, not a consideration. Okay, now, this unnecessary interruption, especially when it comes to, you know, you were talking about already 82nd Avenue. Remember, 82nd Avenue is gonna have both 167 and 168 without resident lanes. Okay, so that's also gonna affect 162, because traffic will be backed up in that road during these busy periods, where even 162, when you have a resident lane,
You can't go
we're
around.
going to be interrupted.
You can't go around unless you go.
Right.
to opposing line.
Right, you can't go around, traffic is gonna be backed up both north and southbound on 82nd Avenue, causing, I mean, horrific traffic, and then it's not even, you know, mentioned 79th with the school right there. The traffic is going to be, you know, out of this world. The same thing, the needless interruptions and traffic backup doesn't take a rocket scientist to understand what effect that's gonna have on public safety. Okay, so if you have a medical emergency or a law enforcement emergency, you are going to have delays because there's nowhere to get around it. Okay, so do we want to do that? Okay,
And what about now?
okay.
3
Well,
hours. We can't get anybody, any service in there.
I have never heard of that.
Really? You can
Uh,
come in and out through 79 during the school dismissal time?
There is a delay, but it's not unreasonable.
That's right.
When you add this, it'll become unreasonable.
Oh,
All right, so. Bullet number 3, additional confrontations of the guard. So just think about it. You get the wrong person coming in through there, and they're now being asked for their identification. They're now being asked where they're going, additional information. There are going to be people that are not going to be too happy with that situation. Okay, so these guards are going to be affected with additional needless confrontation for something that is not required, that you don't have to provide. And there, again, there are a lot of people that know that they don't have to provide this information, and they're going to get aggravated that they are being needlessly delayed through this process. Again, all it's going to take is one single driver's license to be documented, and it's not going to be the guards that are going to be liable for that. It's not going to be SFM. It's going to be the town of Miami Lakes. Okay, and this was from a lawyer that was sitting at that council meeting when I made my public comments. Told me, and you know, if he wants to give up his name, he can. The issue of safety for what? They're not documenting anything, so where's the increase in safety? Makes no sense. And last but not least, the part that you mentioned last time, which really has me concerned, is the part where guards are now gonna be tasked with determining if a person coming in doesn't want to provide their information or let them know. These guards are now gonna be tasked with determining maybe who might be a
Suspicious.
suspicious individual and bring this up. Well, that's what I heard last time. And then they are going to bring this up to the police department. Okay, there's a word for this. Okay, it's called profiling. So, you know, these guards, their limited training and experience, they don't have anywhere near the amount of time that it will take to make a proper assessment after, you know, without just personal biases. Again, opens up a whole can of worms that I seriously doubt that anybody wants to get into.
that is your personal opinion, sir?
That's my personal opinion from my experience.
Your experience, sir?
Yes.
Okay. How is it working in Loch Lomond? Because I saw it work very
Well,
well.
Loman is a different animal.
Oh, it's an animal, it's a
It is,
different
it is.
animal.
You
Like
gotta-
Star Island and Coco Plum and Naples by the sea.
Irene,
There's no
383,000 cars.
Okay.
Between the 4 guardhouses.
Okay. Have they accused those guards, like he said, for asking for licenses and being?
I think John can speak better than I can on that.
So when we started the process, we definitely got bad reactions towards the security officers because people thought that we were intruding into areas that we were not entitled to. So the officers got a backlash over this. What we implemented for Loch Lomond was something fairly simple. We implemented 2 checkpoints. And when the vehicle approached, the officer would ask for the person's ID. If the person said, here's my ID, and then we'll ask them, where are you going? They would volunteer where they're going. They would hit one of the checkpoints and take the picture as they're doing at every guardhouse today. If the person declined providing their ID, okay, go say, you're free to come in, they would hit the other checkpoint, and we would follow the same procedure, taking a picture of the tag. The difference is that when we would hit that second checkpoint, that email was captured and was sent through a different email distribution list, which reached JP. And eventually, if a decision was made that that vehicle warranted suspicion, then it would be forwarded to the police for the police to take action. So I don't believe that the information was reaching the police immediately.
So mine, I should be on that list because I refuse to give.
You're suspicious, back.
I'm on the blacklist. You are.
So that's a
There
procedure.
might be a photo out for you.
At the initial stages of this procedure, we had a long log of vehicles that basically declined to provide the ID. That number has started to decrease to the point where today we have seen that there are limited reports for vehicles that are declining to provide the access information to the officer. What the officer is doing is basically just trying to match the person in the license with whoever is driving, just to make sure that these two, the picture and the person match. And the destination, that it's a known location to them. I'm going to visit Mr. Whoever.
John, how do they do that at night? The guard gate on Loch Lomond is, the driver is on the opposite side.
It's
So
done-
does your officer comes all the way around?
No, they
He
do
sees
it,
it, he sees the guy in the dark inside the car and I can see George or Irene's face? Never.
no, what they,
I see the license, I just see a face
what
and
they,
then I go by.
what they do, Omer, is that they ask for the forward.
And again, I'm sorry, but Loch Lomond, how many houses are in Loch Lomond?
I don't have the.
You do
number.
have probably 100 and something homes.
It's not a lot.
It's not a
No
lot.
more than that.
The only
Coco
people,
Blow,
and the only
Gables
people,
by the Sea,
They have a lot.
Star Island.
They
the
have a
only
lot.
people they
It's
get are
working.
residents and visitors, period. There's no people cutting.
We would have been able to ID whether that person was maybe a realtor or not, but maybe she bluffed or he bluffed at 3 a.m, right?
We have no way of knowing.
Okay.
What criteria makes them suspicious? Just because they don't give their ID?
You do them,
They're not-
they're
They're not, SFM is not deciding whether someone is
The police,
suspicious
so
or
who
not.
is? The police.
The police would decide if in fact there is something that occurs. And we need to provide that information. Right now,
We're not making a judgment on
one's
whether.
making a
the
judgment.
I
status of the
understand,
person
John,
is
but
suspicious
that
or not.
worries me because let's say I'm going to my house at 2 o'clock in the morning. And I'm one of those guys that will always refuse to give my
Let-
license.
let me
And I will
explain.
never give it. And somebody comes after me at 15 minutes later and something happens in my neighborhood, I'm gonna be suspicious for that.
let
Because
me,
I came in 10 minutes before the guy.
let me explain something to you.
I
Right now, the way it's set up
don't
is
know.
every single car that goes in through any location. Whether it's Royal Oaks, Royal Oaks East, Royal Oaks West, Loch Lomond, Section 1, whatever. You go through a guard gate. They take the picture, it creates a tab, it creates a report automatically that's stored in their database. For me to look for it, I have to ask them to go to their database, pull it up, whatever the case may be. In this case, all they did was create a secondary system where that same report actually gets sent to me. I get it. I have it in email file. So if something happens, and there's a report and PD needs it immediately,
Goes to-
I have it immediately and I can provide it to them immediately if it's one of those cars. That doesn't mean that it is gonna be one of those cars. It could be somebody that did provide
But at
it,
least you have a
They're-
database there where you.
but
can
at least
find
I
out.
have a database that I can automatically provide information if needed to PD. That doesn't mean, when you say suspicious activity, I want to be very clear with you. If I use those words, my apologies. That's not at all what I meant. We don't make decisions on who's suspicious or who's not.
John,
And PD doesn't either.
John,
Huh?
But you
This-
do,
there could
if they
be-
don't have,
could be
if they don't pass the driver's license,
No,
that's suspicious.
no.
Just-
The
And
only
they
thing we're
have a
doing-
second checkpoint.
No,
And they have a second checkpoint.
the only thing we're doing,
No, that's not accurate, sir.
that's not accurate.
That's not accurate.
That's not accurate.
That's not what you said.
You check a different.
What I refer to is that this second checkpoint is only used to identify those vehicles that didn't volunteer the right.
That's all it is.
Okay, so they didn't volunteer on their ID. And they go through a second checkpoint, and then what's done?
Nothing.
That's not what you said earlier,
No, they say that an email is sent to him.
right? As a suspicious vehicle.
No, it's
It's saying
not a suspicious vehicle. It's not a vehicle that
Again,
is
they don't use the
That's
word
it.
suspicious, but an email gets sent to John because the guy did not volunteer to give his license. So if
John,
you go through there and you
Question.
don't volunteer to give your license, he's gonna get an email.
I could
from-
this
still,
ordinance that we have is a copycat ordinance of all the other ordinance that Miami-Dade County uses.
All the NSD they have to go. by
We
Miami-Dade
have a
County.
Miami-Dade County ordinance, right? That the town piggybacked off of. We
Miami-Dade,
can't make changes to that ordinance, right?
you could always make changes to the ordinance. You have to.
But
go
it's the
for a
original
vote
ordinance.
From, what you have is the original ordinance from, I don't know,
Whatever it
1996 or
was,
whatever
right.
it is that you.
And this type of ordinance has been used in all the other places like Star Island, Coco Plum, Gables by the Sea, Loch
It is
Lomond.
used,
It is a general ordinance, right?
it is, okay, let me be very clear with you. Your ordinance is in your location is 24/7.
No, I'm not, that's not the
365
question.
security.
That's not the
That's your
question.
ordinance.
No, I just want, the question to you is, this is the same ordinance that
Right.
everybody in Dade County uses through the county. And we just the town piggybacked off of that.
The language is different for different places.
I wanted to
You-
know that, okay.
You
I
have
just
a
wanted to know
different
that.
language for your area than Loch Lomond. Loch Lomond, in their ordinance, they have the roving vehicle. You guys don't have that.
Because they changed it. 'Cause
No,
that
they've
was a-
always,
No,
my
from day one, they
understanding,
had
from
the
day one,
roving
they've always
vehicle.
had roving vehicles.
Okay,
Or at least a golf cart that would go around.
all right.
I think if you examine the ordinance, and forgive me for saying this kind of, but all it says is you cannot prevent someone from going in.
No, and
It doesn't say
also,
you can't ask for an ID.
exactly,
And that is-
my
can't-
point, exactly
Now,
my
That doesn't
point.
mean, I don't think it's a good idea, but I'm just saying, from a lawyer, and I know how lawyers gotta deal with them all the time.
Actually, the ordinance does say that.
It
It
doesn't say
says
you
the only,
can't,
it says the only thing you do is document the tag.
The vehicle.
That's it.
Not
That's
the
what the
person.
ordinance says.
What it
it
says is
says
you
that's the only
can,
thing you can do.
That's
or it
the
says
only
where-
thing that's in the ordinance.
Right,
what it
It
says,
doesn't say anything about asking for anything.
right.
what
You
it
guys
says
need
is
to
we
remember
cannot
something.
permit, we cannot stop.
That's
What
why
it says
lawyers
is we
are involved.
cannot permit
Stop them from
somebody-
coming in.
Coming in, as long as you
And
don't
every
stop them,
single
I
one
think
of
they're
the other
okay,
ones
but-
say the same. You can even Google it if you want. You can even Google it if you
We
want.
need
I'm
to-
just trying to figure out how the attorney came up with that, you know, how they came up with that. I mean, they're attorneys, for God's sake, they need to know. How do you come
Thank
up
you.
with that unless there's some grounds?
This was part of the county overall ordinance, which is referenced here. It's section 18, chapter 18 of the Miami-Dade County Code. So this was referenced from that.
Right.
And then like John said, there are some nuances depending on, the district. But for this particular district, and let me read it once again. So there is no, all cars must come to a complete stop when they approach the guardhouse. Once the vehicle has stopped at the guard gate, the guard will register the tag number and description, and then will allow the car to enter the district, period. Visitors do not need to provide any information to the guard.
That does not change
It doesn't mean you
this
can't
case.
ask them,
Yes, it
you
does.
just
No,
don't
it
need to
doesn't.
provide it.
No, they do not need to
Providing
provide
a
it.
driver's license is not information.
No, they don't.
They don't have to provide it, but that's the point, they
It
don't.
says that they're not supposed to ask.
It did say
No,
supposed, it did say supposed, you're adding
I'm
that.
trying to.
Listen. The biggest problem that we have here is with the traffic on the school, in this case, okay?
Right,
The big issue with the NSD throughout the county, okay, has always been that these communities want to be private when
We're not
they approve them to be public. Then they came up with this idea of the NSD and actually the special tax incentive, and let's do the guardhouse. And why do you think that back in 25 years ago, they wouldn't stop you and ask you for your license if that was the case? Because the big issue we had back in those days was a lot of robbery, people coming into the neighborhood. We didn't have an issue with traffic in Miami Lakes 15 years ago, 25 years ago.
Mhm.
The big issue was people breaking into houses, new construction, and people stealing everything that they could.
Homero,
So why do you think
Homero,
that they would,
Homero,
number
I
one,
have
number
to
two,
interrupt you.
stacking
It
of
was the
cars.
traffic that
We will
caused,
create a big problem in Miami Lakes with the traffic. And I don't want to be
the
part
school
of that.
already does. You don't wanna be part of it because you're not living on 162 and
Even if-
he's not
even-
and they're
even
not
if I
either.
live in 162.
Oh, you would wanna wait the 3 hours in the
Well,
afternoon to get out of your house and in
We
your
had
house.
an opportunity and everybody knew when they wanted to build the school and I opposed that.
No,
school
we all
from
opposed
there,
it,
okay?
and we know what happened there, and it wasn't that, we
Then-
didn't get a chance to vote. Let's not bring that in there.
Then that
Okay,
was,
let me ask you
we
another
knew we
question.
were buying a problem.
Who here wanted the guardhouses? Did you want the guardhouses?
Back in the days, yes.
Not now.
Yes, I still want
And
the.
you want the
back-
guardhouses, and do you want the guardhouses? Do you
Yes.
feel a need for the guardhouses?
Yes,
What's the need for the guardhouse?
deter
Crime.
crime.
Traffic and crime, because
Right.
traffic produces the crime. If you don't have the traffic through, the crime doesn't happen.
Well, that's
That is true in a way.
Yes,
because
it
when
is.
people used to cut through the 87.
thank you.
used To come
Yeah,
before
Louis,
the
but you were
No, no,
there
no.
back in the days, and the issue back in the days was crime.
It was cool.
It's crime.
Homero,
If
they
people
used to
coming
do
through,
70.
It was never an issue
No, no,
because.
no, no, no.
traffic
It was an
they-
issue.
they
They
end
used
up
to
working
race
in
through those
87
streets.
Guys,
Let's have a one
each-
meeting.
Order.
let's have order,
Well,
let's have
listen,
one
this is-
person talk at
this
a
is-
time.
This is.
I want a motion to try this out for 3 months, during the time in the morning of the traffic and in the afternoon. I know you're all gonna vote no, but I needed to ask, and I will at every meeting until maybe we can get something done. Maybe you guys can realize that we do need to ask for the licenses.
And your motion is for all 4 guardhouses?
No, no, if it doesn't work for you, it doesn't work for you. It just, we are the problem.
But then again, this is not about me. This is not about you. We represent the whole community.
Right, it's
That's
gotta
the
be
problem.
one for all.
Then
and all
why
for
do we
one,
have
right?
this
can't-
board?
I can't just
If it's
do-
not about you and if it's not
Huh?
about me,
You can
why
just
do we
go
have
for
this
that.
board?
That's
I
not
don't
the
feel,
intent
I
of
don't
this
feel
committee.
comfortable making
You
decisions
are-
for the rest of the
Let me,
community.
let me,
No?
let me,
Then why are we
then-
here?
then-
We're making decisions
No,
for the
then
community.
let's bring this issue to vote.
We don't wanna get 500.
Then put it out there for a
let
vote.
me interject because there was a question going on. Yes, you could try it out in one location. Yes, it can be for a period of time. Yes, it can be at any time frame of the day if you wanted to do it. Like we talked about, only at night. If you wanted to do it for 24/7, 365, you can do that. It's however you guys see fit. It does not have to be at all the locations. It is up to you.
It might not
the board,
work, but it's
how
worth a
you
try.
decide to do it or not do it. However you want to, however you see fit.
To kind of look at her point of view. When you make it difficult and annoying for somebody to wait. Because they have to turn the lights, they go the other way.
Yeah.
It is true.
That's what we're trying to do.
Because people tend to go. Where the least resistant is.
Yes.
That is true.
So
That's
then the
why-
least resistant is, if we try it on that guardhouse, they're gonna go through 168, 167.
Why? If they're not going to the school there. The problem is the
No, 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 it's true,
167
because
and
we see
79 are
what
the two
people
problems.
Don't.
Oh, you're not a
understand.
dumb person and you know that.
But the people that are going through there are going to drop their kids off, aren't they?
They're cutting through.
But
Why? Okay, let me ask you,
But if they
let
have
me ask you
public
something.
Road,
They
they're
have
not
to get-
cutting through anything. That is a public road.
This guy.
But
I
it's true, like.
can't, I can't with you because I let you talk.
It-
No.
it
And I
is-
let you talk, so, you know, don't.
Wait.
We are public roads and we are allowing people to cut, but if we make it difficult, this is what we're trying to say and what he understood, okay?
Look at the last
If we're
we're
trying-
using, I will never dare to say, make it difficult. If it's a public road, it's a public road.
No, no,
I don't want anybody
no, no.
coming on record and say, hey, I'm gonna make it difficult for you to go to this. No, you can, it's a public.
That's what they're
it's public.
doing. It's a public road, but guess what? On 79th Avenue, our light takes longer than your light possibly on 82nd.
But damn, everything on 79th Avenue is a problem for everything. Then we gotta hold the town accountable for the problem, because it can be that everything happened in Miami Lakes and is wrong on
Romero,
79th
guess
Avenue.
what? I'm
Chairman,
gonna
can I
tell you
speak?
something.
Through the
What
chair.
you are the HOA president and you sit on this board, right? Go more through 79th Avenue during school time and you'll see the frustrations that we're going through.
Chairman? may I
Yes,
speak?
sir.
May I speak?
Yes.
Okay. It is a public road. Let's be
We
very
know
clear.
that.
It's a public road. The guardhouses are used as a deterrent
Thank
on a
you.
public road. So however you see fit to utilize that guardhouse, you may do so. As long as we're legally doing it
Right.
properly. We cannot prevent anybody from going through.
We're not trying to prevent anybody from going
That's
through,
all I wanted
but
to say.
it's just a deterrence
public
for
road.
them to take another route. That's it, a
If we do
discouragement.
that, then, and I've been arguing this for years. Why do we have a sign no left that is not enforced?
It's about to be removed.
Well, it should be, because it's not being enforced.
Through the chair.
Go ahead, sir.
So we're trying to discourage those that are taking their children to the school, coming from within the community through the guard gate. Is that what you're saying?
Within the community, do you know where the majority of the school
No, just.
kids,
I
no,
just-
no, no, no,
I'm
no,
trying to
no,
figure
no.
out who we're trying to discourage.
The people that are coming from PSN,
To take
Hialeah
their, to
Gardens,
take their kids to
to
school.
take, yeah, because you know
Well,
what, 90% of the students that attend
Okay,
that
how are they
school
gonna
do
take-
not, they're not from Miami.
Yeah,
well, that's irrelevant.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, there's no better, then
Excuse me.
you're agreeing with me.
Let me say something. We need to have more of the communication needs to be better in these meetings.
Yes.
And that's- that falls
It's not
on me.
you. It's not about fighting.
That falls on me. I need to get
No,
more of
we
a
need
hold
to have
on
this
these
meeting
meetings.
to order.
When someone is talking,
Yeah.
they have the floor, they need to speak. We cannot be talking over each
Let
other.
me finish my point, man. We're trying to discourage those who are looking their children to the school from taking a specific route. Now they're gonna have to take a different route, right? Because they're gonna take their kids to school,
Mm-hmm,
right? So
mm-hmm.
are we trying to alleviate a problem over here and creating a bigger problem somewhere else? You see, because they're gonna take their children to school.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what other route they're gonna take, because the other, coming from the other direction is a problem also, if I
The
understand.
perimeter road.
Okay, then that becomes.
That's what we're like, already.
That becomes another problem. So,
For us, the perimeter road.
well, it frees up your problem, then maybe it becomes a problem for somewhere else.
Nobody there.
Thank you.
Well, I mean.
The only sensible guy
It could be dangerous, there's only 2 lanes. Right, now if people are trying to go around, so what I'm saying, so if there's safety, that has to be considered.
Excuse me, Bill, so there's no solution to this at all?
Well, I mean,
So these guardhouses are pretty things.
no, what I'm saying is, I think if there was a solution, it would have been resolved by now. There's just a
Solution
lot
is
of
through
traffic.
the school board, and the town doesn't want it.
Well, the solution is through the school board, number one, and number two, the solution is for the town to have proper policing. And then again, utilize and make the traffic go that way,
And if,
and don't allow the traffic go on 79th Avenue unless you're a resident.
and if the
And
kids
then
are
everybody that
PSN,
goes
they
to
should
school
go
goes
to
to
that
Perimeter
school.
Road.
You can't do that unless you're,
Why not?
because it's a public road. We're gonna go back to the same thing.
There you go. You
But
answer.
But all we're doing is asking them for the license. We're not inhibiting them from going in.
Like what I have to say.
I know the solution, it would work, but that ain't gonna happen.
I know.
Go ahead.
But go ahead.
I'm not gonna say it.
I like it.
No, he's got a whole redesign, which would actually mean moving the guardhouse and
That's never gonna
And
happen.
that's never gonna happen.
That's never gonna happen and the school traffic is never gonna go away.
Oh, no, definitely.
That's not even,
With the director of the area, and the guy hasn't even returned a phone calls. And you.
Yeah, there's things the
We've seen that
school,
for years.
could
I'm
do,
gonna
but
get a
they
meeting.
typically don't do it. They could stagger, pick up and drop offs, but then you have
there's a lot
one
of.
sibling
solutions.
that's here and one sibling's in this grade. Now the parents trying to pick up kids at different times. It becomes a strain on students.
I don't even know how they were able to permit a size of a school in that density of homes. I don't know how you guys did that.
Guys, that's-
That should have been something, because I can't build a 4-story home in my
I-
area with 3 parking spots.
That's not part of
You don't
the
need to know.
discussion, and it's.
No, I know, but he was part of it. so-
Listen,
So-
guys, there is a motion on,
Right,
on,
that's what I
on the
wanted.
table.
Yeah.
Okay, we could be here all night and we can agree
My
to
motion
disagree.
is
Her motion is to
to,
have try this for 90 days
yes,
at
during
the
the-
79th guardhouse.
24/7.
and 167,
24/7?
no,
Effective when?
no.
Be specific.
And
on-
167 at 79, 167 in the morning is key. and only during the times of the school traffic. That's it,
Save the time.
that's it.
I need you to be specific in your motion. I need you to say when it would be effective. What the
When the
times and the
school
location.
starts, I think August 15th and August 15th for 3 months. And the times would be whatever the school traffic is. I think it starts at roughly at 1:30 and ends like at around 3:15.
From 1 to 3.
Well, yeah, more or less from 1 to 3, let's say. And then in the morning, it would be from
Which guard gate?
7 to 9.
7 to 9.
79 to
Both.
167, both on the.
I
east.
just want them to go around, that's it. Let them use the perimeter. We need to force the school to think of what they can do. Alternative, staggered dismissals,
We-
alternative.
School.
Okay.
We have a motion.
There's a motion on the table. Does anyone second the motion? Does anybody wants to second the motion? Louis,
I'll second the motion.
you second the motion, okay? So Louis second the motion, so now we gotta go for a vote. So Irene,
Yes,
Louis?
Yes.
Bill?
No.
No. So the motion is denied.
how many times can I bring this up at every meeting, you say?
I'll have to check that.
And just to be on record. The only reason that the motion is denied because we're all equal. Whatever is equal for the east is equal for the west.
No, then
We-
we have a
if that-
vote.
then
Then we
that's
should have a
why we,
school
that's why we
occupied.
have a committee. If that, we will have two different committees.
What about if you put them
And I do not mind, but I don't want this committee to make that decision. Not on my watch and probably both of us. And probably the vice chair and some other members. If you guys want it, maybe next time agenda, put this on a vote to go out and vote. I don't have a problem with that. But not put that weight on the committee. The whole community has to decide what do they want and what's best for them. Because at the end of the day, they're gonna blame the five of us, whichever way we go. So I don't want that pressure on myself or on this committee, but that's something that we can discuss later. If we wanna put that on the
discuss on
agenda.
the mail out, the mail out, I believe, is after. this.
Or on that mail out, perhaps
Another
we
question.
can have a feeling on the question, how will people
And you
feel
put
about
a,
it.
like a straw ballot on that mailer, just to gauge.
We could put questions,
Could
and
be one of the questions.
they could be one of the
We could
questions
do
of
it.
the question.
I think that would be one of the ways to
To get,
Mitigate.
gain feedback, which we're gonna
get
talk,
feedback.
let's get to that when we can, I think,
Okay.
we're ready. to-
New business.
So we're still under all business, so now new business. Any new ideas, concerns on how to improve this committee?
Get more people, make it even, Steven. You guys are all one way. On your thoughts.
If there's no ideas, no.
Come on, guys, no ideas? I do agree. Well, first of all, the committee was supposed to be 7 members. Then the council decided that they all needed to be, and they said 14. We've never been able to get 14 people because you know that people don't want to spend their time. They just don't want to do it. The association last night, out of 666 homes, we had 6 people.
Said I know why,
Six.
and you know why.
Why? Everything
That's
is so
another
bad, but
topic,
people
that's
don't-
another
I'll
topic.
tell you why,
You're
because
so bad.
they're all happy. They don't have any complaints.
They hate violations. But the violations are there and they're real, but that's another day. So any new ideas, any concerns, how to improve this committee? Well, Louis? Irene, any ideas?
I already said it.
We
More
We
have,
need to have a little more balance.
well,
We
we,
get recruits.
are
some
we
people.
balanced with east and west?
All
We
you
have
gotta
to
do is
recruit
recruit some
people. No, I
people
am.
from your side.
Supposed to be balanced.
Are we balanced east?
We're not balanced.
Yeah. Well,
We're not balanced.
the problem, we try to, well, right now, I wanna tell you the members that we have. And
Well, they're right here.
where are they from? No, hold on, I'm in here already.
Oh,
Easy, so I don't have to. I'm from the west, Irene is from the east. Will Garcia is from the east, Roberto is from the east. Manny is from the west, George is from the east.
And how many times do they show
Bill,
up?
So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 from the east. Barbie used to be from the east and she
George,
just
you're the east,
resigned.
right?
So west, we have Sosa is from the east as well.
You got more people from the east than you do in the
None
west.
of these people show up, so what's so balanced about this?
You got a chalk.
If they don't come to
If
like
they
3
don't
or
come,
5 meetings. it should
yeah.
be like
3
any other
meetings,
board.
3 meetings
and
and
you're
2
done.
strikes out.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a lot of people in a lot
Right
of
now,
time.
we
and I
have,
think
we have five positions open.
We have 5 positions open. Right now, we have.
3 from the east and 2 from the west.
Isn't there also
Well,
supposed to be a certain
these
amount from
people-
the HOA?
I am, especially the ones that are affected by the traffic.
Something like that.
Omero, how many are supposed to be from the HOA? It's not just east and west, there's supposed to be also a specific
You
number.
have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from the HOA. You have more from the HOA than you have none from the HOA.
Yeah, and the people outside the HOA,
Then that's not bad, I think it's supposed to,
it was supposed to be, I think, 5 from the HOA and then 9 from outside between the 2.
Well,
Yeah,
obviously,
something like that.
obviously, we're talking about.
And then again, the HOA east and west, because the HOA is from east and west.
Obviously, we're talking about the day after somebody left. So
Right.
Barbie was part of the.
It was
HOA
5-5, it was
It
even.
was
at that
5-5.
point. Yeah.
Until yesterday.
Now, we got 3 openings on the east and 2 on the west. So 3. If Lydia comes in, then we have 2 more, 2 and 2. And then Lydia's from the east, so it'll be 5 and 5. Okay, number B, mailouts.
So yeah, so I am putting together, for the end of the month, I want to send out all the, mail outs that we did last year. Last year we sent out a mail out to everyone's home with the copy of the budget that was approved. And we also had, as part of that, questionnaire, where we would get some feedback, how we're doing, status of, have you attended an, NSD advisory board meeting? Was one of the questions. Another question was, what is, your feelings on the services that you're getting provided? Those are the types of questions, very generic, but good questions to have. Having said that, for this year, I wanted to come to you guys to see if there's any questions you'd like to add, if there's any feedback you'd like to gain for any decision makings or anything like that. That's something that we could add. If there's anything that you've wanted to find out what your neighbors think, that would be an opportune moment now to put that on the questionnaire. And I could add it as one of the questions and send it out. We've got feedback and I'll provide you that information once we get it.
well, I like the question to be asked.
Yeah. Hold on, before you do that.
Go ahead.
let me go ahead and let it-
Can
let me
we,
add it.
email you questions? or-
Absolutely, and what I could do is I could send you, I'm doing this with other NSCs, I sent them last year's. So that they could review it, I think they were pretty much 6 or 7 questions. And then I'm asking them to just send me back the questions that you want added, so you
I
guys.
think it'll be easier than just trying to do. it.
I think that will be the best way. Now we're gonna be here all night.
Okay,
And then we can
that's
get
fine,
that.
I'll email you what.
Yeah, so just send me all the questions you have, how you want it presented. Send me the question exactly how you want it presented, and I will go ahead and add that to the questionnaire. It's through SurveyMonkey. I'm gonna put a QR code just like I did last year.
Do we wanna limit the amount of questions? Cause I mean, we don't wanna see what is needed. If somebody gets a survey with 50 questions, they're gonna say, oh,
I'm not gonna,
Try to keep it to 10.
I think
10 to 15.
reasonably, I'm keeping the 6 that we already have.
maybe adding another 4.
Adding another 4 to, I would say, we probably don't want to go more than 15. Probably keep it somewhere around 12 would be the maximum.
Between 10 and 15.
I would say, the best way to do this would be there's 9 of you. We could add 9. If we need to add, we could add 9
One
questions,
question.
so 1 question for each person.
Okay, plus the 6 you have is 15.
Correct.
Okay,
So I think that's reasonable. And then that way we get some more feedback.
do we have to make a motion for that?
You don't have to make a motion for for
the
this.
mail out?
This is just, I'm just adding questions to
So then,
the mail out that I'm already gonna be doing.
okay, so then let's move forward. The awnings.
I'm sorry, she wants to speak, Detective Nieves, would you?
Sure, let me open the floor. I gotta go back to public comments or?
About the same
Uh,
issue.
Yeah.
We should.
Let's do public, yeah.
I wanna make a motion to go back to public comments so Detective Nieves can speak. So who seconds that motion?
Second.
Second, everybody in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Go ahead.
It was related to what you were discussing now. I think you had mentioned that, I'm sorry, I think it was you who said that the stickers are not working. I don't know if there's a way that the resident stickers could work. And then if you were gonna add to the mailing, how to get those stickers, if that helps the flow at all. Just. I don't know if you-
That's definitely information that I could add. This is a good,
That's a great.
It is important
Topic.
and people we can let them know that about the clickers of that.
Clickers and
Some of them don't even know.
I will definitely, be adding, to the mail out. How to, because I already created a document of how to obtain a clicker, like how to go to the application and all that's already been created. And I usually send that when somebody calls and wants to know, I'll send them an email with that
Right, how you
document. I'll go ahead and do that same thing. I'll print it out and put it as part of the mail out. But as far as if you're, in reference to the sticker, if this is something that you wanted to do as part of the guardhouse, I have no problem with it. Like, for example, Loch Lomond, we put it as part of our post orders. So the guards have to know the sticker because it's part of their post orders.
It is
In
in
your
the post
location,
orders.
it's not in the post orders.
Huh? Don't say that, because I got them right here and I read it the other day.
Okay.
You need to make it a different color,
You can make it a different color, bigger, something,
bigger,
If I could.
brighter,
something,
because it
something,
doesn't,
something.
it doesn't shine.
Yes, sir.
One other thing about the, when people use the clickers. And I noticed that sometimes the guards just have to be a little aware, if you have a resident coming in and they're clicking and opening the gate arm, they should not open the gate arm at the same time.
Section
as the
2.
other car. I've seen a couple close calls. So
Yeah.
they should like wait for that resident to go
Talks
through,
about the stickers.
so they don't go through at the same time, because as soon as they go through at the same time, it's one lane.
Right.
So they should
This,
be cognizant.
so I want to be clear, these post orders,
They're all-
this one that he has in his hands. I'll put it for the camera as well. These post orders are the generic post orders for all 6 guardhouses. They are not, this is the,
That's what you gave us.
no, I understand that. This is the generic post
For all
orders for
six.
all 6,
But they don't work.
but they're not enforced in all 6 guardhouses. For example, in the post orders, there's a section about the roving vehicle. You don't have a roving vehicle, so it doesn't apply to you. It's the same way that we apply in SFM with the stickers. We enforce the post orders for the stickers at Loch Lomond because the HOA has worked with us to enforce that. At no point has the HOA come to me for Royal Oaks and said, hey, we're gonna have everybody have the stickers updated.
We
And
can,
we want you to.
even if we want, we can, because remember that the HOA in Royal Oaks is only 666 homes on the east and the west, and there's a lot of houses that don't belong to the HOA. Loch Lomond, everyone inside Loch Lomond is part of the HOA.
Right, and I understand that.
In our case, it's like a 50-50.
I understand that. And so. Again, just to, however you guys want it, if you guys ever wanted to have that as part of the post orders, I could tomorrow talk with SFM and start enforcing that in your location. But again, you have the issue where half the community is not.
And I don't know if you remember back in the days that the sticker was the little oak tree in different colors.
In the guardhouse,
Only the HOA had that.
there was supposed to be a
But you
frame.
can't, but because we haven't
With the
updated
sticker.
anything.
But it's like, I'm sorry, one meeting is like, JP says, if we wanna make this an NSD post order, but not an HOA, we in the HOA can't, because there's too many houses outside the
Correct.
HOA.
But is there a sticker that's not Royal Oaks, but NSD sticker?
Right, exactly. That's
For
what-
everyone.
Why don't we put in the
Maybe that's the way-
NSD in the
Because to be
guardhouse?
He doesn't have one for Royal Oaks. He's got the one from the town.
That is something that can be done. It has not been,
Let's see your sticker.
it has not been,
I got the one for Royal Oaks East. There's a different sticker for section
Right.
one and a different sticker for East.
Yeah.
I have the one for the East. It's a little green sticker.
when, how long ago was that enforced? That sticker?
When it
No,
started,
That's always
Since
been,
day one.
since day one.
No, no, no. Okay, yeah, but since day one, 1996, or whatever,
yeah.
2000.
Whenever the
We all got
town
a
took
sticker.
over the
Right.
NSD, those stickers have been,
Well, actually, the way the district, the west established the two gate guard houses first because the
Right.
east didn't want to do it. When they realized that it worked, then they wanted to.
if you wanted to
You have the
properly.
wrong, no, you've been spreading that, and that's not.
No, that's
Started
true.
with this west.
I know you started in the west,
I
but
wasn't
we
that
came
committed.
right after.
Right after the year or
I
two.
went to Dade County for
Guys.
that. No,
Year or two ago, that's when all the other development, that's when you start.
no, when they.
Yeah,
finished their
Because
houses,
it was more
construction-
expensive back then.
If you wanted to enforce adding this to it as a post order, it's very simple. We would create a campaign. I would go into looking for the cost of getting the stickers for all the homes, 2 per household. We create a campaign to get these passed out to everybody's home, maybe as part of next year's mail out. I automatically put the stickers in the mail out. So that it comes already ready to go and you put it on your vehicle and it gives you instructions on how to put it. And that is how you would go ahead and do it.
I think that's a good.
And you
idea.
could do that,
No, you gotta.
and you could change that
And
every
speed things
year. You create a new sticker or every 3 years or every 2 years, however you want to do it, every 2 years. As of right now, it's never been enforced because you're talking about, you put those stickers years ago
No, it's
and
faded.
most vehicles
They
do
don't
not
see-
have them anymore.
Right.
New people that moved
Need
in
a refresh.
don't have them, all that stuff. So I'm not gonna have SFM enforce stickers from 20 years ago. When half the cars now of today don't have them. It's not realistic. If you're gonna do it, you have to do it the way Loch Lomond does it. Loch Lomond, every single year, every car gets a new sticker. That is why we enforce it. There,
That's a good
and that's
idea.
why we do it there.
When you have
Because
these cars,
every year,
that's a
they're
good idea.
required to get the new sticker. If they don't have the new sticker, then they have to be standing in there and get asked the question, and their tag gets taken.
So we'll give away 2 of them free, and if you have 5 cars, you buy the rest.
However you wanna do it, that's up
a
to you
Great
guys,
idea.
how you wanna.
Have to
You
do it.
have to, you go ahead and give 2 free, and if you got 4 or 5 cars,
That's
then
the
buy
way it
the
used to
other.
be.
But
And
the
if
only
you
way
do
that it
then
works,
You can do the.
only way it
license
works is
to it.
you have to update it.
Let's work on that, that's good.
So, that was just me talking. You guys have to make a motion. You guys have to make a decision on that. That's just me.
We should
providing
make
a
We
recommendation.
should make a motion.
I'll go ahead and make the motion to go ahead and design sticker for the NSD. For east and west, okay? And make it part of the mail out. No, this mail out is not gonna happen.
It's not gonna
We have to
happen.
wait till next year.
Correct.
We're gonna have to wait a whole year.
You can plan for it. You don't have to. We could do the mail out
We can
as
do
soon
it
as
now.
October. Listen, you have a mail out every year.
it's gonna be part of the budget, so it's gotta be in the budget.
Yeah.
Because that's not gonna
Correct.
be,
No,
the stickers are.
No,
Couple $1,000. You need.
Correct. It would have to be part of the budget.
No,
This
you
would be
need a
have
couple
to,
thousand stickers,
Yeah.
it's cheaper at home.
you just did the budget. It's not part of the budget. It would have to
Just on
be-
the east times two, yeah.
so let's do it this way. The motion is for JP. To go ahead and create a design for the NSD for the sticker,
Get a price.
get a price. And bring it back to the committee
Next
for
week,
approval.
if possible.
If possible, I don't know, maybe not, we'll meet again
Well,
in,
he's already got a
We have-
reference. Loch Lomond is a reference.
September.
October 10th, right?
What did you decide on the awning?
no, we're going there now.
Okay,
Excuse me. But what was the question? Okay, so the motion is
To come up with a design
okay,
for the logo for the sticker. Get a price. how much is it gonna cost? We're gonna give 2 away per household. And if they need 4 or 5, they're gonna have to buy the 4th and 5th. And then get a price on the cost.
You need a sticker, 2 stickers for each car.
Might be one.
Depends which gate though.
You know,
Sometimes.
because if you're standing on the other side, they're gonna see it.
Well, no,
They don't see
but
it.
what I did is, the clicker works on 79.
I know, now
And
you
then
need a
there's no
clicker too.
clicker on 167, so
Right.
the sticker for 167 is on that side of the
So you need
windshield.
a
On the
clicker.
right.
I have a clicker, I don't have the sticker, but
Again, so it's, the motion in place right now is to come up with a design for this, the sticker logo and get a quote for the cost of the stickers
Yes,
of approximately how many stickers?
Two
we got
cars.
about 1,500 homes,
1,000, 2 to
at least
3,000.
3, that's
3,000
about.
stickers. Oh, wait a minute, remember?
People are gonna wanna buy more too.
And this is something that you gotta ask Jeremy, because Jeremy was the one that this was sticker for east and for the west. It's not the same.
It
thing.
would
Now,
be- it would be the
now
same
it will be
sticker.
the same.
Well, like I said, you need
Well,
to
we'll
speak
just
to
say on the
Jeremy,
W
because
one,
he was the
we'll
one
do it.
that explained to me why that has to be, and I don't remember what that was.
Because they're totally independent.
Yeah,
They're funded separately, their own budget.
that could be it.
One could
I
have
don't remember.
an E on it, the other one could have a W.
I mean,
No,
I'll
I think
have
it
to
should
look.
be one for the whole neighborhood.
I think,
Great
I
idea
think
to
it could
split
come
both
out,
sections, because your problems are different from the east. It's a great idea to split it.
what are we talking about?
No,
The
no,
east
now,
and the west.
separate the east and the west.
Sticker.
Yeah.
The stickers.
No,
The-
separate them all together. It's different budgets, different
They already
everything.
are set.
Okay,
Then why do
So
we have
budgets
two
are
NSD?
separate by
So then why do we
By
have two
law, it has to be
NSD
separate.
meetings?
okay,
That's why they pay different bucks.
We have
so
one
just to
NSD
get
for
back
both.
to
That's
topic,
something that the council didn't wanna do, they didn't wanna create 2
Yeah,
committees.
we have to have one sticker.
back to
Well, there
topic.
was two committees at one point,
They should have stuck with two.
but the
committees.
west never had a quorum. They never met, so they just
They
combined.
didn't even know that.
Yeah. They just combined.
It was a mess.
So back to topic. Come up with, the motion is to come up with a design for a sticker and logo and get a quote for the cost of 3,000 stickers.
Well, good.
And replacements, when
A
you
price
have
for
in your
different
lease.
quantities.
Yeah,
And
3.
They give you,
3 or 5,000 if.
At different quantities.
whatever, they're gonna give
You got
prices.
1,500 homes and you sell 3 stickers at $3,500.
Okay, can you just
I mean,
for,
4,500 stickers.
can you please state the motion one last time
So
and then
the
have-
motion is to have JP come up with a logo, design for the NSD. And get a number for, let's say, 5,000 stickers. Okay?
Okay.
And get a quote from 3 different vendors and bring it up on to our next meeting. So who second that motion?
I do.
Do a second the motion, everybody in favor? Aye. Motion passes.
Okay.
So now we'll move on to the last one. Awnings.
That's it.
I sent you guys the quotes for the awnings, a while back. I don't know if you guys have had a chance to look at them.
Good night.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Send that again. If it's okay.
Okay,
So we're gonna refresh our.
Well, right now, the motion is just for one on.
Yeah, because I'm thinking.
there's no motion on the table at this.
There's
moment.
nothing on the table yet, but that's the point that I
But
brought
70
in.
You don't, not all of them need it.
Right.
The guard that needs it
So-
is Selma.
So if we're talking about one awning, we already got a price, let's just make a motion to do it and let them take care of it.
Do it.
John, nobody else needs it, right? Both Johns? Nobody else needs the awning except Elma.
We have received feedback from multiple officers that the sun affects them. Now, Delma's case is the worst case.
It's the worst. Who else needs it that you think is
No, I
justifiable?
cannot pinpoint,
Oh,
you know, the
One
information,
sixty-two,
you know.
the opening, the.
No,
it's
162
on the north
will have
side.
the same side, the same.
It's on the north, no, it's on the north side, the sun doesn't even hit. Behind them.
162.
Right, the door's on the north. Right.
Yeah, well, you get the sun from the east and.
I
the
know
west.
167 and 168 is
Yeah,
not
that's-
the
but that's-
case.
the awning
They have
can help
the
you for that
trees.
As it goes down, it's behind you, it's tracking behind you. It's right
This is the
The quote?
quotes. Let's see,
Let's see,
there.
companies.
Say we do one, just
Are
do
they
one.
all, are they
Royal
all
Oaks.
See how
good
that works out.
companies?
Royal Oaks East. This is the company is National Awnings. This is, the quote for Royal Oaks East on 79th Street, which is the one that you're referred to. Or, one complete arch-shaped, wraparound with two awnings, 2 inch, 2 feet, I guess that's 2 feet.
Arch?
Yeah,
Arch.
each location is $995.
How much?
$995 is the cost.
It's two of them.
That's one, that's per awning, so that's one
on.
one awning at 79th, one awning at 167th, one awning
But
at,
we don't need them all, right?
that's up to you guys. However you
And it's
guys,
only on one
if you
window.
wanna be uniform, you would put it at all 4 locations. If you think it's just based on necessity, you could do it however you'd like.
I think that the other ones, I don't know about them, but I think that the other ones will probably get. I think 79 is a little wider than
Again.
the other ones.
Keep in mind, this is a capital improvement. So whatever you decide, would have to be voted. I know that John has a solution that he'd like to present to you all
Go ahead and speak.
as a temporary solution. I'm sorry, before you speak, is it okay, Mr. Chairman, for?
Wait, close public comments.
I haven't closed the public.
Oh, well, then there you
So
go.
the motion's still there.
You're right. So, yeah,
So a couple of comments. First one being that the awning not only provides protection from the sun, but also from the rain. So it assists the officers in the process of taking pictures. So don't just think about the awning.
So then that applies to all four.
Again, if it's the sun, yes, the necessity.
Yeah, that's the right
Is that also
Yes.
included
Now-
the engineering
now-
study that you have to have?
We
Uh,
also,
Or somebody else.
this one has the drawings calculation.
Yeah.
John was talking.
I'm
So
sorry.
go ahead, John.
so we also understand that this decision affects the budget and that approval process takes some time and a process. So what SFM is willing to do is to purchase tilted umbrellas that would obviously match the color of the guardhouses, and we would be happy to submit our choices to JP so he can share them with you. And we would buy these umbrellas that again will be positioned in a way that would not interfere with traffic and would provide the protection, at least from the sun, for the officers.
A tilted umbrella.
Yes,
Umbrella.
Yeah, like a beach umbrella.
A patio
On
on
the patio.
Temporary until.
and it would be temporary until this decision for the awnings can be, voted on and implemented. And, this could be somewhere down the line.
Knowing the
Where are
community,
you gonna put the umbrella?
people are gonna start complaining.
Actually, the door's gonna look cheesy.
The moment that you put one of those
Wind.
umbrellas in there.
Wind grab that umbrella.
I think time is of the essence. If we can approve the awnings tonight. And you said it has to go to, it's a couple.
You already have had the quotes for a while, so if you were to vote to approve one of the quotes, then I'll go ahead and reach out to them, and then this would go to the council. Would then go from the council
To voting,
to voting, how,
all the residents.
Can I ask you a question? This is something that is not, it's safety for the guard. It has to be approved because it's a capital
I don't think
improvement.
it's safe.
it is a capital improvement.
It
I
is.
thought Lorenzo said that never passed.
That's what he said.
He's wrong.
And I
Upset.
I said it, I got to the second reading.
He's wrong. It absolutely passed.
It did pass.
I think the awnings are gonna be more.
Because that's something that, on the other
And we have
side.
to figure out something for that guard.
Christmas lights,
So like
and then
the
everybody
20
pay
years,
the,
No guard.
But
died.
the heat, no guard has died, but what happened this week to one of the guards?
No,
please?
we had to ask for support, medical support, because one of the officers.
At what
had a
location was it?
stroke. I don't remember exactly, sir.
I believe it was 162nd.
The thing is, the heat is not the heat that we had 20 years ago, and everybody knows that.
We are also examining also the possibility, and this was a suggestion, to buy them these cooling
Devices.
fans that we can put on the neck. So if, we're more than likely gonna go in this direction, so I just wanna put a word of caution that anyone indicating that now the officers are wearing headphones.
It's not a
They're not headphones, so we're just trying to buy them these.
I think that
I'll
would
make
work
the
a lot
label
better.
that says not a headphone.
Knowing the
It's a fan.
residents, and they still gonna call for the headphones.
Yeah, well, I'm just putting it out there because you are the ones.
I hate to
receiving the
state the
messages.
obvious, but what about a hat?
Yeah.
That nice.
Might not be enough.
wide brim, no, not a
Sometimes
baseball
those are
cap, you know,
more-
wide brim.
I can tell you that Delma in,
Oh, she's struggling.
in post, 79th Ave,
It's hard.
she wears a hat and it doesn't help. Not
She
enough.
was so red, it was purple on her skin. And I
Her
felt
her
bad
skin
for her.
is being.
So you guys understand now, that has to go in front of the council.
And
And
that's all right.
and go to a special election.
How did Loch Lomond do this?
To get approved.
Nothing, I can tell you since
A year.
this decision has been made,
We haven't done it.
we have not passed anything in any other.
I don't think any other committee has tried that
But
yet.
we haven't pushed for any, like, we haven't.
So they're not getting the awnings?
No, no count,
No company.
no NSD has pushed for anything to be passed.
Oh, that,
So who-
The last thing that got, approved and has taken effect were you guys doing the remodeling, which was before that,
mhm.
and the speed humps that were placed in Miami Lake Section 1, which was before this decision was made. So nothing else has come up that has been like a capital improvement.
let's
They
put it
haven't
through.
even, they don't even have thought about a process. How that voting gonna be?
what's the
It's gonna
cost of
be-
the process?
Exactly, yeah.
That decision has not, so
Who pays for it?
part of this would be that the decision hasn't been made as to how it would go. The way it was stated in the motion, that got approved was, basically, it's up to us, the town to provide, however we see fit to get that information. One way to do it would be through the mail out. Getting information through the mail out. That doesn't mean that they're gonna accept it or take that as,
I mean, but a formal vote.
a formal vote. Nothing has been set in stone as to how that formal vote will take place.
It's gonna be costly, right?
No, it's gonna
The
cost
vote-
money. It's
the
gonna
vote-
cost money and time.
Isn't it on the mailing, on the same mailing that you wanna put out?
No,
That survey?
it would be
You're
a
gonna put it-
separate.
It would have to be a separate formal thing.
It would have to be a separate-
And what's the rule? You have to get a
50% plus
50% of all of all members of the NSD?
No, it doesn't matter what the final result of the vote is.
whoever
It
gets
could
them.
be- it
If
could
you get-
be-
if you get 50 for yes and 40
It
for
could
no,
be-
yes, gets.
It could be 70, it could be 70 for yes and 30 for no, and then it goes to the council, and the council still says no
Okay.
or yes. At the, ultimately, it's
So-
still,
So a majority
it's-
doesn't have to vote?
So this is a vote that's non-binding?
this is a vote for the advice, for the council to get feedback
Look.
whenever they make their
Look,
decision.
look. You guys were not there that day that this whole thing came up in front of the council, okay? And I said it, and you know how I felt about it, that this committee is obsolete, and most of the committees are really obsolete when it comes to how we're gonna spend the money and the budget. Because at the end of the day, our opinion doesn't count anymore, and it's gotta go to a vote, and it's true what he says. And at the end of the day, that vote, because that was never defined. And still, as of today, I don't think it's defined. They don't even know how they're gonna do it.
Nothing's come up to the table to,
Let's put this on the table now. Let's just start it and see how the process works. There's always a first time. And this is the, safety of these guards. It's a humane thing to do.
No, it's the right thing to
I
do.
think we
Let's
need
do
to-
it then.
Let's do it.
So make it, let's make a motion to, well, the motion was actually for that now. After you, I'm sorry, I'm already, the motion to go ahead and. We can even approve anything, so.
You
the
have-
Motion is actually.
Is to make a
go-
recommendation.
To the recommendation to go in front of the,
But you have a case
in front
already.
of the council for
And you
voting.
know that we have a guard
Motion
case.
To
That's
purchase
it. We have to
4
stand in front of the
awnings
council.
for
we
the
start-
Guardhouses, period. And then the town council, what they can do whatever.
Do we know that these awnings are gonna make that much of a difference?
Oh, yeah.
And we should add that it's a safety factor.
A health
For
and
the
safety.
health
He
of
has
the
already
guardhouse.
a case. They called,
Yeah, but
what are
You
the
still have
emergency
cases.
ambulance?
Okay,
you,
so
but you can still
I'll
have a
make- I'll
case
make a
after the
motion.
awnings
Go ahead,
installed.
go ahead,
Listen,
let's
we
listen
have
to the
not-
motion.
We have to do it.
a motion that we purchase 4 awnings, 2 for the west, 2 for the east, to improve the health and safety of the guards. Period.
Because one of them already fainted.
Yeah.
Because they almost a heat
Why
stroke.
not? Yeah, no, almost, no, it was a heat stroke.
I'll go ahead and I'll second that motion, so everybody in favor says aye,
Aye, aye.
motion passes. So
And
let's see
we'll
how,
see how this goes.
yeah, let's see how,
The first
how they're
time,
gonna do this.
you gotta do it.
Man,
Motion to approve 2 awnings.
four.
Four.
Four awnings, no, yeah,
Everybody
it's
wants
4
it.
awnings, 2
Yeah,
in
we're
each,
gonna
2
go,
in
we're
the-
gonna
in the
go
west.
that way.
But is it, can I?
And imagine that we gotta do this every
$25,000
time we wanna do something about.
Wait, we have to write it down. It's the main thing to do.
No,
To do the vote.
this is
Oh,
right.
to do the vote.
No, my point
No,
is that,
Well, it is
we
what
wanna
it is.
change the rule,
It is
Well,
what it
because
is.
it needs to be
I
changed.
think if it's a significant,
John,
they have to bring that back.
John, I'm sorry.
I'm saying we want to.
Can I request for the approval just for the guardhouse for Delma? To put the
umbrella, temporary.
temporarily?
Do it and see what happens.
Yeah,
If you get
give her a
complaint, you get
chance.
complaint.
Yeah, if you get a complaint, then we'll
Yeah.
take it then, but.
I agree.
I'll make a motion
I'll second it.
to go ahead.
Listen, it's the summer, maybe in the winter she doesn't need it, but at least we could give her some help.
I'm
Like that on the table, is there second?
Aye.
Second, everybody in favor? Aye.
Everybody's favor.
So go ahead and purchase the umbrella hotel.
Thank you, sir. I
What's the
appreciate it.
difference
Good
between,
idea.
an expense or a capital improvement?
Well, that's another very thin line.
So real quick, let's
You
go
gotta come
ahead.
to, that's,
If it's more than
the
$5
next
bucks,
semester.
If it's something that's not already there.
That's crazy.
Now you can go ahead and close public comment.
Yes, I wanna go ahead and motion to close.
Close.
Comment. Second by George, everybody in favor, aye, aye.
Okay,
And anything else?
so you made a motion to approve 4 awnings. However, again, I gave you multiple quotes for the awnings. You have to choose one.
Okay,
We can't just go with the cheapest option.
yes,
Yes.
yes.
Are they reputable,
Cheapest
licensed?
responsible.
Now, he brought up a good point on our motion. We need to amend it to based on how much this might ultimately cost. Because like you said, it might come back,
998,
the-
no, not the awnings,
The process.
the mail out or whatever, because this might be ridiculous.
You should
Well,
make,
no, everything
Town-
is
It's not $20,000.
Yeah, it might be $20,000.
we should make it
The
down.
quote I gave you.
Cost us for the bylaw?
15,000.
Keep in mind,
And that was less here.
keep in mind that
For
these
what? The
quotes,
bylaws for the town?
Just to mail out a vote.
Yeah,
Got
that
a year old.
Yeah.
was
Keep
50
in mind-
down the toilet.
these,
It's a year old.
these are not a year old. These are several months old.
So
But
it should still be good.
Well,
I gotta go
hopefully-
back, I gotta go back and get you an updated quote.
Well, inflation's down.
And keep in mind, when this
Things are
actually,
going down,
when this
so
process
as,
actually takes effect,
It might change the
the
whole thing.
quote might change again.
it might go down,
But
people are struggling right now.
this is the quote as it is right now for the cheapest one. It's $9.95 per, this is the cheapest option, $9.95.
Shop drawings, right?
The all permits, engineering drawings, calculations, processing
Turnkey.
fees, and notices to the owner are billed at $1,800 for each location, which must be paid in full.
Why 1800?
So it's another
What's that?
$1,800
It's another $1,800 for all the permits, the,
for each.
For each
for each
location.
location.
So
No,
keep
no,
that in mind.
no. I have a problem with that.
That
I
is
have a
the
problem with
cheapest,
that one.
that is the cheapest option that comes with everything
That's
included
national?
already.
Yeah, but,
With everything included already.
okay, you know that as me, the fees, they're generic. You do one and you get the other ones. So.
I can talk to them about
It's like a
getting-
repeat fee, but $1,800 for the original design, yes. And the repeat fee, no more than $300 per.
I can go back to them and just say, I want the price of just the awning and just the
Installation.
the
Yeah, who's gonna
installation.
permit that?
And we do the permit,
Yeah.
through the town.
The town, but
They
you
have to
still
get
gotta
shop
come up with
drawings.
engineering permit
Yeah.
and shop drawings. That's gotta be an engineer.
So
We charge you for that.
I have to go out for quotes again
See,
at this point anyways. So while the motion is great that we have the motion to approve it,
We need to reverse it. and
we need to,
Do a motion to get new quote.
yeah, we need to get, I would start off with getting new quotes.
Okay, motion to reconsider.
Let me ask you something, when when we spoke about this back in the day, you said that they were retractable or not? What did you say?
There was an option for retractable one.
Is this
There was an
retractable or is this
option
permanent?
for, there was an option for one would be in the location for 79th Ave. There was a design that was given to me, and I have it here somewhere. I have to look through my emails. Basically, it would go above the guardhouse at an angle, and it would block more sun. It would be high, so it would go above 14
The-
feet, so it would be
Above
above
the roof line.
trucks and
And
anything like that.
how much is the price for that?
Expensive.
Super expensive.
But that's not the
Only
only one.
$5,000.
That's not an arch one.
The other one was the.
The one that you have right there, the one that was $9.95, that is a basic.
Is there a graphic
Uh,
in that? Is there a graphic in that proposal? A
Uh,
graphic, a drawing?
For that one,
No, the one you have.
The ones we're talking
The
about.
one you're talking about.
one of the images was the one that I showed you of the Loch Lomond. That image of Loch Lomond,
Yeah, that's a
Is what it
simple,
would look-
simple.
No, but it called it.
That's a
arch,
retractable
said
one or no?
arch.
No.
Those-
No, that's not retractable.
That was just a little, that was not the.
No,
retract-
I mean, it's at $3,000 more.
Flat.
Yeah, so what are we gonna do? Arch or what?
it's up to you guys. It's up to,
In
I
this new
you
proposal.
guys-
We're just gonna motion to.
I gave you these quotes
Okay,
months ago.
Right.
no, I know, I
You
saw
gotta
that.
Get updated.
Months ago, it needs to be updated. You need to give me now that you are interested in the awnings, you need to decide how you want the awnings to look,
Okay,
whether you want specifically, I want curved ones, or I want flat ones, or I want one that goes above the guardhouse. You tell me what you want, and I will go get quotes for that specifically.
One thing is
And
what we
then-
want, and the other one is what can I afford.
But that's not the conversation here. The conversation is
Right.
come up with what you want, send it to be,
Council?
get council to get approval, go to the public and then get their approval and
So
then you
this
decide.
is sort
we
of
have a
like,
surplus on our side on the east. From that budget meeting last time.
What was the question?
We have a surplus on our side. on
yeah,
the
you,
east.
you
So
know.
we don't have an issue with that.
Well, we gotta see how much money is in that, is on that surplus. And then the regular budget. But the question, the motion has to change now, because the motion has to be, get a new quote for the awnings and renegotiate the shop drawings. We're not gonna pay $1,800 for each, because once you do one shop drawing, it's generic for the rest.
But again, that's going with them, with
Depending on
National
the
Awnings, who
design.
was the cheapest
Okay,
option.
if this
of
one is
the three.
different, no, but if this one is
The
different,
attachment, the only thing that the building department is looking for is on the attachment, that detail is the same. That doesn't go.
if
they're
we
not-
go
they don't
above
have
the
to
roof
reinvent
line,
the
if
wheel.
we go above the roof line, that's
Well,
a different
but
one.
all of them will be the same, if we go with one
Also, you're
design,
gonna do the same for all of them?
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, there you go, he doesn't know
I
that,
have a-
he didn't know that.
What was it?
We're gonna go with
We're
the
the
same
same,
design
yeah,
for
of
all of them. So
We're
if
the
it has
same.
to be above the roof for Delma, has to be above the
Above
roof
But
for
that's what we do
everybody.
that for everybody.
Yeah.
Exactly. I
One
mean, you don't
shot.
have
That's what he
to-
said.
Yeah.
One shot drawing, and if we pay the fees for the.
All you have is two.
Not
It
much.
sticks out, a truck's gonna hit that and knock it right out.
What they were trying,
And if you go on top of the roof, then you're not.
I mean, at the end of the day, you can only go out 2 feet. That awning is 2 foot, up that high, it's not gonna.
I
do it.
we're
do
not
that.
allowing a truck
We
to
get
go
the
in
picture.
through that lane, right? We're gonna allow them to go through the
Through the-
resident lane, right? We talked about that, right?
The shadow is not gonna be much.
It's dependent on what you guys want. The one for National Awning goes out 2 feet, doesn't go past
The sidewalk.
the sidewalk.
Right,
So because it doesn't go past the sidewalk, it's not gonna affect
Right.
traffic or any
Trucks or
trucks
anything.
or anything coming in. Having said that, because it's only 2 feet, it's only
not gonna
2 feet
do
of
much.
shade.
Not gonna
You're not
do
gonna
that.
get, he's not gonna all of
Even
a
for the
sudden
rain.
be blocked off from sun, which is why I said earlier, where it really helps is rain. Because now you have 2 feet that you could go outside during the rain.
And then again, in all honesty, if we go the route that we gotta go, it's gotta be retractable,
It has to be
retractable.
retracted.
Because you
It's
can't
gonna
do
be
it
more
any other way.
yeah, but retractable.
And retractable is gonna be more expensive.
Closes you to.
Retractable also, you're counting on the guard.
Having to manually or
Because you can
electronically.
extend it further, and then if
Oh,
a
that's
truck
more
is
money.
coming through, you can retract it.
Right, but you gotta retract it every time a truck comes.
Yeah.
79, for example,
No, that's a headache.
trucks go through there all the time. Every time. That takes time for the guard to do so. all of that is putting a lot more. You guys were talking about the delays with asking questions. That's a
Listen,
delay.
in all honesty, the awnings cannot go on 160-87 and 168. Cause you only have
There's
one
no
way to
resident
come
lane.
in. They can only go on 79th and 162nd.
The two
That's it.
points that get hit by the sun the
Yeah.
most
79 and
are
162.
79th and 160, no, not 162. It would be 79th and 168,
How could that be? They have a big, huge tree there.
but they get hit by the sun when it's not above. When it's above, they get hit.
Or you can put an awning in there. It's impossible.
The one that,
Because you have trucks, if you have trucks coming
Well,
in
now
on
it's on truck, it's gonna-
162nd, they can come in through the resident lane, and 79th, the same thing. So we can only have awnings on 162nd and 79th. That's it. It's a waste of time putting it in the rest.
so I guess,
Time and money.
retract the motion.
Correct.
Retract the motion, because the motion has to be, again, now it's gotta be simple. Get pricing for retractable awnings, including shop drawings. And then we decide, and then for two, I don't
So,
think there's much to
If you
decide.
can, and I think this is the last item on the agenda, correct?
Yes, yes,
If you can, go ahead and retract the motion, get a second, and then create a new motion.
so retract the motion that was passed on the awnings.
Second.
Second the motion, everybody in favor, aye. So motion is retracted, and the new motion on the floor is to get a quote on retractable awnings, including shop drawings. They don't have to include the permits. We do that.
Two of them instead of
Okay.
one.
Two. One for 79 and one for 162nd.
162nd.
Yeah, put one there too. That's all open.
With sharp drawings.
With shop drawings.
Do we want to specify how big we want those retractable awnings?
They gotta comply again, and those are the specs that you will have to give them to comply to give enough shadow and
Shade for the-
shade for.
The guard.
They're on the north side of the building.
So the specs would be the
There's no sun.
specs enough to provide shade.
Yeah, to provide enough shade
Yeah.
for the.
Applicable length to provide shade.
And those are retractable anyway.
You know, a retractable awning, you know, let's say 4 foot, you know. I've got a 10-foot retractable awning, and, you know, it doesn't take that long to retract, if it's 10 feet. So if it's 4 feet, and you wouldn't have to retract it the whole way,
No,
you would just have to retract it enough to
2 feet.
retract, yeah,
You
maybe
would-
2 feet.
You wanna
and then
make
again, you
sure,
don't have,
you wanna make sure that whatever you get here would not only provide shade, comes with a warranty.
Right.
Comes with, if it needs to be repaired, because
Hmm.
again, if we're putting in a retractable roof and that thing breaks down, all of a sudden it blocks the guard, that, it blocks the street. And now no trucks can go there. So that now it closes one lane until it gets repaired.
It can't be some cheapy thing that, you
So,
know, a little 30-mile-an-hour wind and
right,
knocks it down.
which is why I was not just looking at that option, I was looking.
no,
at
the shop drawings, because that's one of the things, you gotta comply with the wind, the uplift and the wind regulations.
Okay, so the motion that I have on the table is get a quote on retractable awnings to with sharp drawings, applicable length to provide shade.
Sounds like a win.
Yeah, that's it.
Is there a second?
Sorry.
Everybody in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Alright, it is 9:52. And I make a motion to go ahead and adjourn this meeting.
Second that motion.
And everybody, in favor, yes.
My stomach
is
growling.
This is what you.
At least we got it started. Try to see if you can get those this week.
Yeah.